Alright, hello. We are back with Sherlock Holmes. It's been 2 whole weeks since we played this game. So there's going to be a little bit of remembering how to play and a little bit of remembering what I was doing the last time and what we're planning on doing today. So, one of the first things I wanted to look at is the treasure hunting stuff. So these ones we're just sort of looking for as we're running around. So if you happen to see a carriage in a yard with a fancy statue, shout at me. If you happen to see a sunken boat on a beach, what else have we got? A big tower or a snug gazebo. We're going to be looking out for those while we travel around. Now, as for what actual quest we're doing, so there's a memory we have to get. These are all the coins, which, man, I've looked at one of these coin things and it seems real hard. I haven't really looked at any of the others. So I'm probably not going to look into those too much just yet. This is just about filling up the house, which we need a bunch of money for. So we're going to do one of these cases, I think, first, and then we might go and do a main story quest. But there's one... Is this the one that's like right here? Because there's one right here, if the controller will work. At the old ruins is something I was supposed to look at. People are talking about a man who was killed in the old ruins. Yeah. Apparently both his eyes were shot out. How lovely. That strains credulity, but it's worth investigating. The Undertaker believes that the murder is a sad but accidental consequence of a duel, which would be a case for the police. He refused to say the name of the victim. If I want to make him talk, I'll need to provide a piece of evidence that the death was intentional. The Undertaker also mentioned that it's not the first death by duel on Cordona. Similar incident happened in Old City and was on the front page of the local gazette sometime in the last year. So we have to do a little bit of research on that. 42 caliber Lamat revolver that I found on the crime scene. It's loaded with live ammunition. So let's go investigate the old ruins a little bit more. And to see what we can find. We accidentally stumbled across it when we were looking for one of the... It wasn't the treasure, we were on like a pirate treasure quest or something like that. And yeah, we came across the old ruins, but we needed to be up above the old ruins. But we accidentally stumbled onto this mission. Well, technically I stumbled onto it earlier on. I just hadn't done anything with it yet. It was just sitting there as an active case. And I hadn't touched it. And then I magically found the crime scene. John, are you like trying to check if they're awake? What are you doing? Anyway, this is a lovely yellow suit this man has on.
The bullet entered the heart at an angle, implying it was fired from an elevated position. He died instantly.
Okay. Interesting. Elevated position.
Predictably, the rumors were exaggerated. The blindfold is intact, with both eyes unharmed.
Gotcha. So he does still have his eyes, they're just blindfolded.
A Webley top-break revolver.
Interesting. John, can you stop waving
Blank
in my
cartridges
face?
filled with a wax-covered gelatin bullet. Effectively harmless, even at close range, but leaves a nice red splash on impact.
Oh. Interesting. So it's like a paintball gun kind of situation.
A key for a birdcage? I'll take it.
I'll take it. Okay. So that was number 1. I didn't even look at the numbers before I started. I like to do them in order. That's 3. Where is 2? Where would I find number 2? Ooh, here's a little random piece. John, what are you doing? Having a little
The
lie
duelist
down.
eventually reloaded his gun, but all the cartridges were filled with red non-lethal rounds. A blindfold, discarded or lost.
This must have been whoever he was dueling against.
Your opponent was behind you.
Maybe. Interesting. Oh, that's just talking to John. Like, is John lying on top of a piece of evidence? Because that's rude. But he was not. All is fine.
Blank cartridges filled with red wax-covered gelatin bullets. Most assuredly non-lethal, if rather theatrical on impact.
Okay, what's number 4? I still never found number 2. Duel oath. We, the undersigned, hereby declare that this duel shall be subject to the bound by the Blind Dueling Club's strict code of honor. May the winner be crowned blind champion. Signed E, V, S, and JD. Witnessed by HFVC, Honourable Referee and Head of the Blind Dueling Club. Mandatory Blind Dueling Club rules. Do not talk about the Blind Dueling Club. Never miss an opportunity to practice your shooting skills. Do not shed blood at duels or other club meetings.
Gosh, how exciting. I always wanted to be a member of a club. I bet you couldn't join. No good at following orders, are you, Sherry?
The contest then. I shall prove my blind devotion, so to speak, to their inane rules, and you shall eat your words.
But also, someone has broken the rules. It's still yellow for a reason. Did I accidentally exit out of this when I shouldn't have?
A case for dueling
I
Webley
need to stop
revolvers.
exiting things. It exits it on its own when I've seen
The
everything.
corner of the box is broken, likely from being dropped.
See, it exited it. But I keep exiting things when I shouldn't. Ah, is this number 2? Nope, this is just random blood splatter.
Red stains,
Lovely.
relatively fresh.
We can reconstruct. Okay. Interesting that I couldn't find number 2, but, you know, that's fine. Oh, that was number 2. I'm sure that didn't have a number there 2 seconds ago. How odd. Well, that seems reasonable. That looks very accurate. It's exactly how he would have fallen, you would think, given the information that we have. Okay, that seems reasonable. What else have we got? No. No, no, it was 2 men dueling and 1 judge. But that is possible. I don't know about this one. Oh, it was dropped, wasn't it? The case was dropped. So that's probably that then. Wait, was there another one there? No. Okay, and then over here, this guy was facing the other way, we saw. Perfect. And then up here was somebody else. What's the alternative options? Sure.
The victim was killed by someone up on the wall. It may have been the referee who took advantage of the duelists while they were blindfolded.
So what happened to the other
Seems
duelist?
plausible, but I must consider all options. What if there was another person here?
Wait, I'm doing it again? This is odd. I've never done it like this before. You're saying maybe it was this guy? But now there's somewhere else that I can do something. here? He's shooting. Dropping the case. Ah, okay, no, I get it. See, this is him. He dropped the case because he heard a gunshot. Right?
The victim was killed by someone up on the wall. There may have been someone else here, a fourth person waiting for an opportunity to strike.
I mean, there's 3 more people I need to find. Where are they all? Okay, so we have so many things now, oh my goodness. This is still showing up as a location, which is interesting. We have another story to find. We have a key. We have 3 men came here for a duel. One of them was a referee. Both duelists were willingly blindfolded and used non-lethal weapons. During the duel, the victim was shot by an unknown killer who was standing behind one of the ruins' walls. The killer could either be the referee or someone else entirely, and I need to ask questions about that. And John wants me to fulfill the 3 blind dueling club rules before finishing the case. Which is, do not talk about the blind dueling club. Never miss an opportunity to practice your shooting skills. Do not shed blood at duels or other club meetings. I'm gonna try. I don't know if I'll succeed, but I'm gonna try. So is there something else to find here? Maybe it's just talking to the Undertaker. It said something about if I provided him evidence, he would give me something more.
Sometimes I think beauty can blind you, or you can be blind to beauty, you know? Did he see it all around him?
Very
you think,
profound of you,
before
sir.
he covered his eyes and drew his pistol?
I can't talk about the dueling club.
Can we please leave the nattering behind?
Can't do
Oh,
it.
friend, relax. Life's too short to be short with people.
Enough tomfoolery. Give me the victim's name.
I told you that's his business, not yours. 2 men duelled, 1 man died. When you hit a rock, stop digging.
Okay, I have evidence. Which, the evidence that I have is... this one?
There is more to this case than meets the eye.
That might
the
work.
victim fell not to his duel opponent, but a hidden marksman in the ruins. Abandon
he's
your
ready.
oversimplistic ideals and tell me the name of the deceased so his killer can be caught.
Ah, that is wrong, to be sure. Okay, the man's name was Eric von Staub. I heard the officers say that he lived in Scaladio.
At last. You may return to your vacant stare.
Okay, so now we have his name. And we've collected all the evidence. Excellent. So, yeah, that's going to be a research. Oh, the first rule has been satisfied already. That's all it took. That was easy. Okay, so... we need... this one we need a person. This one we need another crime. So we definitely have to go to the police. For one of them. And then the other one we may have to go to City Hall to find details of a person. But we'll find out. Maybe they're involved in a crime. I mean, obviously they were involved in this crime because, you know, they're dead. They may have been involved in some other crime. Who could say? Okay, so I am looking for... not that one. I am looking for... wait. Where's the other one? Isn't there another one of these? Hold up. I'm very confused. Undertaker's testimony. And then blindfold victim. So what's the Undertaker's... there it is. Undertaker's testimony. Also mentioned that it's not the first death by duel on Cordona. A similar incident happened in Old City. So it's going to be violent crimes. in Old City. Oh, but wait, it was on the front page of the local gazette, so this may actually be supposed to be in the newspaper. I see. Well, since we're here, might as well have given it a go. What about this? So, blindfolded victim was killed by a single bullet to his heart. The shot was fired from an elevated position. Near the body, I found a Webley revolver filled with blank cartridges. Victim's name is Eric von Staub, and he lived somewhere in Scaladio. Ooh, okay, that one worked. A man who is reported to have been shot in the old ruins. The victim has been identified as Eric von Staub, born in 1857, unmarried. Year of death, 1880. Place of residence, von Staub residence in Cordona. Relatives, Emma von Staub, mother, died in 1877. A horse accident. That's unfortunate. Gerhard von Staub, father, died in 1877. Horse accident. Magda Irma von Staub, sister, lives in von Staub residence on Baskerville Street, between Vernet Street and Bonaparte Street, southern Scaladio. Okay, so we know where the house is now. That is good. But now I want to go to the newspaper. While I'm doing some research, let's just do all the research. All the research all together in one go. Which one's the newspaper? That one's Town Hall. That one's the newspaper. Almost would have been faster to walk. But anyway, we're here now. Where is it? Right here. I don't come to the newspaper very often. Keep forgetting where it is. Reggie. Uh-oh, Reggie's moving. Okay, so this is recent. It wasn't the current year, just recently. It's like a year ago, I think they said. Reggie. What are you doing, Bubby? Can I have this, please? People. Section was front page. And that's the wrong one. I want the Undertaker's testimony. Happened in Old City. A tragic accident in Old City. The young heir to one of Cordona's richest families has died in a blind duel. During the curious incident, the victim, who cannot be named until all of his family are informed, stepped in the wrong direction, falling off the cliff to his death. The survivors have expressed their deepest regrets and sworn to never duel again. Okay. He walked off a cliff. I don't think you can really blame the duel for that one. I think that's on him at that point. Alright, so now all we have is this. Sure. So, Reggie's covering the spot that tells me where to go. Triangle is to place on map. Good thing I'm can also see this over on my other screen on OBS. So what am I looking for? It was in southern Scaladio. We're looking for Baskerville Street between Vernet and Bonaparte. So here's Vernet. Baskerville. In between these two. Somewhere around here. How do I place it? Somewhere around there. Slightly further north, but that'll do. Should be able to find it this way. Yes. I'm assuming it's gonna be this one. This real big fancy one. You have a name like Von Staub, it means you must have a big fancy house. And a butler.
Miss von Staub is awaiting the police, sir.
Staub.
Perhaps you might visit on another day. Miss von
I don't
Staub
think
is awaiting
so.
the police, sir. Perhaps you might visit on another day.
I don't think we're gonna do that. Maybe we will. I don't know if I have a choice in the matter. Oh. She's waiting on the police. So... Hello, policeman here. Yes, I just walked out from behind that corner.
Good day, officer. Miss von Staub awaits you in her boudoir.
In her boudoir. Okay, goodbye, Reggie. Goodbye. Yeah, good idea for her to wait in her bedroom. This is not her boudoir.
Good day, miss. I regret to disturb you at this tragic time, but could you spare a moment?
Oh, officer. I've been waiting. Is his body still in that horrible place?
A horrible place? I should introduce you to the Undertaker. But first, you and I shall get to know one another.
Yes, the lovely, very attentive butler who watched Sherlock walk through the front door, go and stand behind a little slat thing, and then walk out as a police officer. Oh, hello, officer! Yes, what can I do for you? She looks pallid. Man, there's a lot to find. Uses skin ointments. Good for her. Black ribbon, she's in mourning. Yes, correct. Oh, hello, Darwin. How you doing? A recent bruise. Sup? You know, just dried red paint. Are you sure? I'm just being real suspicious of this dried red paint right this second. Is it dried red paint or is it blood? I'm doing good. And old bruises. Oh, this poor lady. She has fresh bruises and old bruises. And more paint flecks. Lovely. Okay, so we have Magda von Staub, a frail and sad lady in her 20s, is the sister of Eric von Staub. She wears a black ribbon as a gesture of mourning, and her face looks tired. While all her attire is neat, there are two interesting peculiarities. First, I found multicolored paint flecks, which suggest a passion for painting. The red color prevails. Second, substantial traces of ointment on her dress indicate heavy usage. I noticed multiple bruises on her person at different stages of healing, so it seems this ointment is applied as medicine. Miss von Staub is following a treatment regimen to manage a blood disease, which is responsible for her tiredness and skin marks. Or she's a victim of beating. What's his face, sister? That thing's all the same. First, I found multicolored paint flecks which suggest a passion for painting. The red color prevails. Are we sure it's paint, though? Sherlock seems pretty convinced it's paint. Second, substantial traces of ointment on her dress indicate heavy usage. I noticed multiple bruises on her person at different stages of healing, so it seems this ointment is applied as medicine. She is trying to conceal her bruises because she is ashamed she is a victim of abuse, beaten frequently, and imprisoned in her own home. I feel like she's probably a victim of beatings. I could be wrong, but she's got a lot of bruises. And red paint. Apparently.
I am Officer Holmes. I take it you are Magda von Staub, the sister of the deceased?
So yes,
Oh,
this
me.
guy died
Yes,
in
I am.
like a
My
duel,
deepest condolences, Miss
which
von
was
Staub.
not supposed to be
Your
legal.
brother's body will be returned to you shortly, as I believe the case will soon be closed. Nevertheless, there remain some formalities requiring attention. May I ask you a few questions?
Oh,
They
if
had
you
the
must,
equivalent of like paint gun
but
bullets.
I'm unsure if I will be of much help.
Essentially blanks, but that would leave a mark. And they were blindfolded, and then there was like a third person who actually shot them. It wasn't the other person from the duel. I don't know who the other person from the duel was, or where they are. But
Forgive my intrusion, but I must
apparently,
inquire
it
about
wasn't
your
them, it
bruises.
was
Did you take
a
tumble?
different person.
Oh, I have a weak disposition. It is not so bad, but my skin marks more easily than a peach. It is the least of my sorrows.
But, Miss von Staub, I can tell you suffered new bruises even before the old ones had healed.
I have nothing more to add, Officer Holmes. It is what it is.
Oh, it's there's Fight Club references going on too. I'm not allowed to talk about the dueling club.
Do you know if Mr. von Staub had
But
any enemies?
It's one of the
Someone
rules
that
of
may
the
have sought
dueling
to do
club
him
to
harm?
not talk about the
Enemies?
dueling club.
I don't know.
And then John challenged
He and I
me
did not discuss such
to
matters,
follow the rules
and
of the
he was rarely
dueling club.
called upon by visitors. My brother's only guests were his friendly contests, but I was not allowed to participate. I merely heard it all from my room.
So now I
Contests?
can't talk about
Eric
the dueling
would
club.
practice shooting on the patio, and occasionally friends would join him, but I couldn't tell you if they ever argued.
Do you
Where
have
were
an
you when your brother
alibi?
died, Miss von Staub?
I was here painting Eric's portrait. My God,
Is it two of the
you could have
rules?
asked the
It is not.
servants.
Alas, I needed to hear it from your lips. May I take a look at Mr. von Staub's room?
I will read
His
you the
personal
other
effects
two
may
in a
prove
moment.
invaluable in our understanding of the
There's
case.
3
Please do.
rules.
Here's the key.
So we have our rules of Fight Club, Dueling Club. Do not talk about the blind dueling club. Never miss an opportunity to practice your shooting skills. And do not shed blood at duels or other club meetings. I don't remember the other Fight Club rules. Is it just don't talk about Fight Club and don't talk about Fight Club? I don't remember. Okay, so we have the key to his room. That is good. And then we have Magda's testimony. She doesn't know any dispute. It appears he excluded her from business and family affairs, gave her permission to inspect Eric's room. She claims she did not leave the house on the day he died. Okay. Wait. Open that again. I need to pin it and talk to people, but I don't think I'm going to do that yet. I think, first of all, we're going to go and look in his room. Someone broke at least one of those. Exactly. Although it's possible that the person who shed the blood wasn't actually in the dueling club and therefore was not subject to the rules.
It appears the parents are dearly missed.
This is just a side questy one.
Our beloved parents, 1875, Baden-Baden. Rest in peace.
And then once I've done this one, I will probably work on a main story quest. I haven't finished it, but I think
From
it's
German
very
composers
close
feature
to
here.
being finished. I think there's only 1 or 2 left. Okay. So yes, I'm doing this side one first, and then I will head back to some main questy
Look at those vases,
things.
Sherry. Bet they cost a fortune. Would be a shame if someone broke them.
I have to practice my shooting skills. I have to take the opportunity.
Oh, I love it when you're reckless. Were those Limoges porcelain?
You have a keen eye.
Well, I suppose it's yours. Next time, shoot with the blindfold.
So yeah, I don't know if... Because this is saying the first rule has been satisfied because I already chose not to ask someone about the dueling club. So I don't know if that means I can now talk about the dueling club if it comes up. But I'm gonna try to avoid talking about it. If it does give me any options. Just in case. This is a lovely place, by the way. Look at this little, like, interior courtyard. With the stairs. And look at all these lovely plants. Oh, so beautiful. Oh, hello there. Can I... I'm gonna pin this other one. And talk to her.
May I ask for your assistance?
I'll gladly tell you everything I know, officer.
Oh, it didn't actually pop up. Okay, I guess I'll go in here to look at it. Von Staub's servants confirmed that Miss Von Staub didn't leave the house on the day of Eric's death. Look, I feel like if she was involved, she wouldn't have physically been the one to do it. Yeah. What a lovely place to be imprisoned and beaten while you paint with red paint. Look, it's possible that she is just sickly. I just made the decision
An
that she
ointment
was
by a Dr. Herbert
being
with
beat
a
up.
lavender and pine scent.
But that could be wrong. See, look, she definitely paints. So there's that. Ooh, this is the dueling
A
outfits.
handsome portrait of Eric. Miss von Staub does have talent.
So the dead guy was wearing this lovely yellow suit, and then I picked up a lovely yellow suit of my own that was also at the crime scene, which I'm assuming was the other
rounds have
duelists.
been emptied.
Wait. She has ammo here?
The rounds have been emptied.
Okay. The ointment might tell you if it's for a skin condition, then it's probably the sickly option. Yeah, I'm sure it probably had the
Black
chemical
paint looks thick. It's been mixed with something.
analysis thing. Oh no, we can sample the paint. Maybe it didn't say we could sample the ointment. I don't remember.
Excellent
No
score.
worries. Wait,
Excellent score.
is that her? Is she shooting paintings?
The end and the beginning.
And this is the ruins, right? I'm pretty sure this is where we found the body.
She covered the locked windows with paintings, but the atmosphere remains oppressive. Sad home for a young woman.
This is weird.
She covered the locked windows with paintings, but the atmosphere remains oppressive. Sad home for a young woman. She covered the locked windows with paintings.
Just in case any of these say
She
something
covered the
different.
locked windows with paintings, but the
Nope, they're all going to
atmosphere
say the
remains
exact
oppressive.
same thing.
Sad home for a young woman.
Okay. So, oh yeah, we can do both. Excellent. Let's have a look in his room and then we'll come back and do some chemical analyses in a moment. Uno momento. Dear Mr. Von Staub, a debt letter. Thank you for your recent statements of debts owing. I assure you that I am well aware of the 70,000 gold marks to which you are entitled. Indeed, the figure lingers in my mind every time I see you at the club. Please rest assured that I am eager to put an end to your worrying, and have in fact already begun to prepare for the opportunity. Until then, I remain grateful for the patience and goodwill that accompanies men of nobility such as yourself. With some respect, HFVC. One moment, because that name sounds quite familiar to me. Witnessed by HFVC. So there was also the potential that the referee was the one that killed them. So now that we know the referee owes them a ton of money, that option just became much more likely.
A wealthy man in his 60s. Sir Barnaby Boddington, 1879.
Sir Barnaby Boddington. Why do we have a portrait of Sir Barnaby Boddington? Letter to Mr. Boddington. We might be about to find out. Dear Mr. Boddington, thank you for so promptly responding to my request and sending us your portrait. Magda's admiration for you has grown even greater. I can tell that she is overjoyed to soon be engaged to such a remarkable gentleman. Many fine suitors have been seeking my sister's hand, but I believe that only a man of your caliber is worthy of becoming her husband and protector. E. Von Staub. Well, he's marrying her off to that old man. That's a bad
A
sign.
typical crest for a league or a guild. Club headquarters, 190th anniversary celebration.
Thought it was just about to give me the address. I got excited there for a second. Dear Mr. Von Staub, we have received your application and recommendations. We will study your profile and credentials and, of course, inform the honorary council you've applied to be his successor. Yours faithfully, Maximilian Gunther, German foreign officer. Official German correspondence. Okay. So, we have even more motive for the sister to have been involved. And we also have motive for the referee to be involved. Missing gun. Okay. I don't remember if that's the same gun that we
whip is
already
well
found.
loved and well used.
That's concerning. So what did it say it was? Oops. Lamat, about 16 inches. What's the one that we found? Lamat. Interesting. Remnants of burnt paper. Prussian Army Guide to Corporal Punishment. Extracts from books 1 to 5. Oh my goodness. I don't like this guy. I don't know if it was the sister, but it probably should have been. He does not seem nice. Okay, so... what have we got? We have a photograph of a group of blindfolded gentlemen. We have to pin and talk to people about that. Potentially while wearing the duelist outfit. We'll have a look. We're missing a revolver, yes. We can analyze the burnt letters. Apparently. Wait. Oh, I can't actually analyze these? Box found on Miss Von Staub's room contains an ointment to heal bruises. An unusual sample of black paint taken from the room. The pigment smells of gunpowder. The paint was mixed with it. She's making paint out of gunpowder? Alright, let's analyze the burnt thing. There are some children screaming very loudly outside. Okay, so... what am I trying to do here? We need 8 and 10. 8 red, 10 blue. So, how is gonna be best to do this? We're actually going to have to use... oh no, because we have like things that will increase it by 1 or whatever. Double it. We can double things. I forgot about that. Yeah, let's just double some stuff. So, we go. 3 doubled will give us 6. 4 doubled will give us 8. And then... if we... 8... 6... 8, 10... I mean, that works, but I would have to flip the 10 twice. I'd have to flip the blue back and then forth and then back again, right? Flip it and then flip it and then flip the other one as well. I think this works. Link that to there and that to there. Oops, that's not correct. To there, that one to there. No, why are you doing that? Stop doing that. Wait. Oh god, what is happening? Unlink. Why will you not go to there? Oh, because you're just a thing. Okay. Never mind. I'm just forgetting how this works. I need to combine this. Oh my goodness. Controller, come on. Please. Please work with me here. This is the most confusing way to do this. I don't think this is the correct way of doing it. But this is how we're doing it. That one, and then that one combined, and then we need to change it to +10. Change... oh god. Oh no, that flips both of them. Okay, so we don't need this one. How do I just remove you? Delete. Oh, just me doing some terrible chemical analysis, that's all. Look at this mess. Look at this. What have I done? Okay, so this is the burnt letter. I found a burnt letter in his room. I managed to restore some fragments. The variety in handwriting suggests multiple authors. Miss Von Stab, let me profess my love. My hand and heart are if not for your brother's refusal. So yes, we went into his room. In his room we found a few things. So someone owes him 70,000 gold marks, and that someone just happens to be the person who was the referee of the duel, who was potentially the person who did the killing. So that makes him look pretty suspicious. And then in addition to that, we found that he is marrying his sister off to a very unattractive old man. So that's fun. We found a picture of the dueling club. We found he was applying to replace someone, become the successor for honorary council. The missing gun case, so there's a missing gun case in his room which matches the gun that we found at the site. And then yeah, the burnt letter. And I also read the black paint sample we had earlier. We didn't actually have to analyze it, it just told me. But yeah, the black paint had pigments of gunpowder in it. And the ointment is for bruises. Which could be bruises that are in existence due to illness. But it's very suspicious. He also has a book. This book over here that's titled The Army Guide to Corporal Punishment. Which sounds awful. So yeah, we found some pretty incriminating stuff in his room. And now it looks like we have to find the dueling club, I think. I may have to dress up as a duelist for this. But also could be used for beatings. Yes, for sure. It's very sus. I think I said when I found it that even if the sister did it, I wouldn't be upset at her for having done it. Sounds pretty deserved.
I found burnt letters in your brother's room. I believe they were addressed to you.
To me? From whom?
They appear to be from some of your suitors. Why did you burn them?
I didn't. I didn't even know about them. Eric, he never said a word.
Of course he didn't. He's trying to get you to marry the old man. Okay, missing
One of the
revolver?
revolver cases in your brother's room is missing. Do you know where it may be?
I'm not permitted in Eric's quarters. I suppose he must have taken it with him.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't follow. I don't understand. I'm sorry, I don't follow.
Tell me
There
about the
is an
gunpowder.
unfinished portrait of your brother in your room. Beautiful to be sure, but one detail drew my attention. Why did you add gunpowder to your black paint?
You entered my room? I thought you were only inspecting
Yeah, well,
Eric's.
yours wasn't
It is
locked,
standard procedure, Miss
so,
von Staub. Now,
you know,
tell me about the gunpowder.
that's on you.
Eric's art was his shooting, and this painting is my tribute to him. It felt appropriate. We're both artists in different ways.
Alright, what else have we got?
It seems you and Mr. Boddington were to be engaged. Were you as thrilled at the prospect as your brother?
Of course
Mr.
she wasn't.
Boddington is not how I had imagined my husband. But it was Eric's choice. I didn't dare dispute
Yeah,
it.
didn't dare dispute it, just killed him instead. With good reason, let's be honest.
Good day, officer. Miss von Staub awaits you in her boudoir.
Alright, let's find some people to talk to about, well, talk about the club without talking about the club, you know? What do you think about me? Despising. Affable. You, do you know anything?
Excuse me, just one question.
Yes, sir. I'm familiar with the
Oh,
subject, so let me
excellent.
tell you.
Why, thank you. People say the symbol is on an aristocrat's manor in southern Grand Surrey. Perhaps the upper class inhabitants there can help. Okie dokie. Oops. Delete. Okay, upper Grand Surrey I think is all of these fancy ones over here. Maybe. Anyway, we're very close. We're just gonna head down a road that's heading south. Right? Am I going down the correct road? I am going down the correct road. Excellent. Alright, we're looking for rich people. Hello, rich person.
Are you able to help me?
Of course, officer. Let me tell you.
I was told that the crest represents an honourable club on Baskerville Street between Souls Row and Silent Way. Access is exclusive to members only.
How do you do?
That must be close, because I'm on Baskerville Street. Yeah, let's just keep going this way. I'm gonna need to put my jacket on, though. Gonna need to look like one of them. Is this it here? Yeah, that's it. Let me just get changed real quick. Oh yeah! Do they have hats that they wear? Do I need a blindfold in order to get in? Where's the photo? They do mostly have hats on. But actually no, one of them looks like he's got a fez. A couple of them have nothing on, so I feel like hat's gonna be okay. Don't think I will need a specific hat, just this gorgeous yellow outfit. So beautiful. It's, I need to like
come in,
shield
sir.
my
The
eyes from
gentlemen are
this
waiting
brightness.
for you on the training ground. Down the stairs.
Down the stairs. I don't know where the stairs are. This way? That way? Ooh, this looks like it. No? No. Maybe it was inside and then down the stairs. That would probably make more sense.
Please come in, sir.
Ah, yes, he said, please come in, sir. I missed that part. John, what are you doing?
Fancy. Not every manor has a custom floor.
That is the von Kramkrest, the old Prussian noble family. They must be patrons of the club.
What is he doing? He's blocking a door. Got his legs spread wide. Just chilling on the floor. He's such a weirdo. But in the best possible way, you know? Well, I'm assuming I can't go through that door that he's blocking. Ooh, is this another missing Lamat revolver? The Lamat is the one that had the live ammo in it. A guest book with messages from many reputable visitors to the club. An invigorating visit that reaffirmed the need to preserve German traditions across the world. Frederick Wilhelm, Crown Prince of Prussia. I was honoured to meet the head of this club, Heinrich Fugen von Kram, who does such good for our city. Long live the German-British friendship. Sir William Sinclair, Governor of Cordona. Oh my. Excellent. Alright. Let's head through this door. The Übungssaal. Where we'll hopefully find some stairs that lead downwards. Do not shed blood at duels or other club meetings. We're definitely in the right place. So we can't actually shoot anyone. We might shoot their hats off. We can't shoot him in the head.
Killer. Shake a leg. Get him.
Uh-oh. And I've forgotten how to roll. It's triangle. Triangle is roll. Uh-oh. I hope that didn't count as shedding blood. I think I hit his actual arm instead of the armor. Oh my goodness. Let me just shoot your armor off. Why won't you let me do it?
I will end you.
Oops. There we go.
Time to...
Alright. You, sir, are gonna get whacked.
Take a rest, my friend.
Take a rest. Where'd the other guy go? I've lost him. You'd think it would be very difficult to lose a man in a yellow suit.
You can overcome the brute now.
But I did lose him momentarily there.
No more crime for you.
The snuff's ready.
Hello! Oh, hello? What are you doing? I was very threatened by your actions.
Don't cry, you'll live.
Ow! Oh, he's got a thing on his back, but he's still got armor. Close enough to him. I'm gonna die. Yep. The fighting in this game is hard. It's so, like, different to fighting in any other game. I like it. It's just a bit tricky.
It's the killer. Shake a leg. Get him.
No, okay. Thought I might have just accidentally killed him.
Time to knock this guy.
Oops, I pressed the wrong button. Oh, I never shed blood in the fighting in this game. This is no different. Although I do, for a trophy, have to actually kill a bunch of people. But the whole thing of it is that you run up to them and you're supposed to arrest people instead of killing them. That's what you're supposed to do. Well, it's no different to a normal fight in the game. I just need to be dodging more, I think.
No more.
The snuff's ready.
Dodging and hiding more. Oh, hello. Good sir. Uh-oh. God damn it. Reloads are awful. Ow. I'm bad at dodging in games. Yeah.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Take this!
You take this. Nope. Nope. I also might be shedding blood. I'm not sure. If I miss their armor, I'm not sure if it technically is shedding blood. Or not. Really not sure. Oh, come on! Worst reload ever.
Eat lead!
Hello. You.
Not that easy.
Overcome him. Don't.
Oh, what? I used the snuff on him.
I'm coming.
Oh, he's still got armor on. I
You can
gotcha.
overcome the brute now.
I see.
I'm coming.
No more crime for you until next month.
Yeah, it hasn't said I failed yet. Maybe that's a good thing. I don't know. It might just be because I'm still in the middle of it.
Miss the party.
Might be once I finish being like, you
Too
failed
simple.
that. Whoa, okay. Ow. I don't know how big a radius this does. Big enough!
Don't cry, you'll live.
The snuff's ready.
But will I live? He'll be fine. It's me I'm worried about.
I'll put you 6
These guys are definitely breaking the rules. They are. Again, I'm not technically a member of the club though. So, you know. Doesn't change the fact that they should have to follow the rules. I shouldn't have to follow the rules. I'm just doing it because John dared me to. But they definitely should be following their own rules. This is a club gathering. Whether or not I am part of the club is of little importance. It is a club gathering.
Too simple.
Exactly.
I'm coming.
Oh my goodness. Oh, hello. Did not see you there. Hey buddy, come this way further. How did that hit me? Excuse me, game. That is inaccurate and unfair.
No more crime for you until next month.
How do I not get pepper snuffed? I'm like,
Take a rest.
The snuff's ready.
I'm like what's his face in The Princess Bride. I've spent years building up a tolerance to
that
it.
was near perfect.
Yeah, I
Indeed,
did
you're
it.
Not completely hopeless.
Success. Alright, so now what? What have we got going on in here? This club full of people that just attacked me when I arrived. They didn't even try to talk to me, they just instantly attacked. So rude. Collection of telegrams. First telegram, can't come, I fear for my life. Must leave Cordona at once, sorry, be careful, Dorfman. Second telegram, those blasted anarchists are everywhere, it's their fault. I shall come to our emergency assembly at once, and I'll bring my gunmen. Third telegram, I'll be there, alas, poor von Stab, what a loss. Who was it? The English left-handed duelist? Von Mugenhausen? I'm sorry, I need to read those again. Dorfman said he thought he was feared for his life. Hazenkamp said something about the anarchists. And that he was bringing his gunmen. And then von Mugenhausen said that von Stab was dead and that he thought it was the English left-handed duelist. Interesting.
2 glasses with dregs of alcohol. Should I pour us a drink, John?
Great idea.
A nice apricot aroma. Marillen schnapps, I presume. Half full.
Marillen schnapps. Delicious. Okay, what have I missed? Something else around here I need to look at. I'm just not sure what it is. Oh, the broken glass. Oh my. I didn't see that
Glass
at all.
crushed underfoot with damp traces still visible.
Okay. What else have we got around here?
The same ingredient was used in the dueling revolver's ammunition.
Yeah, maybe they were just hitting me with the paint bullets, but it just seemed like I was bleeding because, you know, they're red. The Blind Dueling Club book. The club was founded in 1689 by August von Cram after a notorious bet. He had to kill 22 ducks on a moonless night in order to win the attentions of the beautiful Lady Hedwig. Unfortunately, the night was too dark and he killed 2 innocent wanderers instead. After losing both the bet and his beloved, August vowed to master the art of shooting, and so founded the Blind Shooting Club. To prove their skills, members had to shoot through a screen. This task quickly became monotonous, so club members began practicing with blind duels. The club's name thereby changed to the Blind Dueling Club. In 1777, after the death of one of the members, important changes took place, including the replacement of real bullets with homemade blank cartridges. The club split into several houses and exists now in different countries to keep the tradition of German sharpshooting alive. I see, so someone accidentally murdered some people.
All these places are perfectly secluded, ideal for private duels.
And decided to create a dueling club. Got it. Good decision. Okay, what else have we got going on around here? Can I look at this? Okay, what's this? Fingerprints. A secret lever! Pull the lever, Crunk. Hope there's only one option. We're just gonna run in circles for a second. That's usually how I react to accidentally murdering people. You know, that explains a lot. Explains all of those fight clubs that you started. Ooh. Wrong lever, exactly. Oh, hello. Look at this little, what do you call them? Stained glass window situation. So fancy.
Who the devil are you? I won't go down without a fight.
Sherlock Holmes, and if I wanted a fight, you would already be on the floor. Fortunately for you, I'm merely here to ask a few questions.
Is that so? Well, come on, pretty boy. How about I fix that nose of yours? Give it a bit more character.
Enough. Your compatriots attacked me and I responded. They still have their lives, unlike Mr. von Staub.
True. At least you are not a murderer. Fine, you may speak.
I forgot to unmute it after I blew my nose. As I muted it, I was like, oh, I'm getting so good at remembering to unmute my mic. And then I forgot. Anyway. So yeah, he's either a possible suspect or a valuable witness. Look, if it weren't for the fact that I know he owes him a whole lot of money, I would probably say he was a valuable witness, but I know he owes him a whole lot of money, which to me makes him a possible suspect still. I'm still suspicious. Very suspicious.
So you are Mr. Von Cram, one of the club's best shots, the referee of the deadly duel, and the prime suspect of the case.
Heinrich Fergen von Cram, but you're incorrect. I am the best shot at the club, and I had nothing to do with Erich's death.
Your clothes tell a different story. The dirt on your trousers confirms your presence in the old ruins, and the red stain on your jacket is from the wax-covered gelatin your club uses for non-lethal rounds. I suspect you took a hit from the other duelist after Mr. von Staub was shot dead. A better shooter would have avoided it.
I am innocent, but if you persist in your slander, that may well change.
Fine. Answer my questions and prove me wrong. Otherwise, I shall simply inform the authorities we have our man.
First violence, now blackmail. Ah, well, I have nothing to hide. First violence, now blackmail.
Okay, he just said the same thing twice. Where's the other duelist?
I'd like to speak with the other competitor.
He left the island. Mr. Dorfman was sure that the killer was after him. He is innocent, I assure you.
Indeed, from his
The
position,
telegrams
it would be
do
impossible
confirm
to
that.
fire the bullet at such a downward trajectory, but he was a witness. Shame. So, what transpired in the old ruins?
Everything began as normal. The signatures, choice of weapons. I checked it all, and then blindfolded the duelists. Erich stood to my left, and his opponent, Mr. Dorfman, to my right. Before they could begin, the killer fired. And I'm sure it was not Dorfman.
Why are you so sure?
The sound was different. Not a Webley revolver. And further away. The killer must be an excellent shot to hit the heart.
Okay, did you see anyone?
Did you or the other duelist see the murderer?
No. The killer slipped away into the hills, so we turned our attention to Erich. Rest his soul.
And neither of you pursued the culprit?
I will not have my character impugned. We had only blank cartridges and a fallen friend at our feet. He was our focus.
I mean, I guess that's fair.
You said the killer was an excellent shot. Do you suspect someone from the club?
Definitely not. No one from the club would break our rules.
What transpired after the shooting?
I heard Erich
They all
cry
just
out
broke
and
the
fall.
rules when they tried to
Mr. Dorfman
kill
turned
me.
and fired at the killer, but I shouted at him to stop and help. I tried to save Erich, but it was too late. He was gone.
Alright, what can we provide evidence? That's probably not going to do anything.
Before.
I was engaged in a fight with 2 members of the Blind Dueling Club and 1, but it seems that there's a third person
I can't help
here.
you with this.
I was in a fight with like 20 of them. What are you talking about? Anyway, tell me about the
I can't help you with
telegrams?
this.
No. What have we got? The missing
You have
revolver.
a nice collection of pistols, Mr. Von Cram.
Ah, a fellow connoisseur of firearms. Did something catch your eye?
What
Yeah, the
caught
one
my
that was
eye
missing.
Is a missing Lamat. Where is it?
Ah, that one. I lost it in a bet. A rare failure of mine.
A bet with whom?
That's private, Mr. Holmes, and unrelated to your
I don't think that's
investigation.
true. It's very related. There was a Lamat at the location. Very suspicious.
I can't help you with this.
You shouldn't know any of that.
I can't help you with this. I can't help you with this.
Wouldn't know anything about that. The debt
It
letter.
seems you owed Mr. Von Staub a small fortune.
A fortune to you, perhaps, but a trifle to me. Our debts
Then why
ebbed and
didn't you
flowed.
pay it?
In our next contest, there was every chance I would win it back. Eric was too concerned about all that. Frankly, he often lacked the demeanor of a nobleman.
I don't believe
His
that for a
progressive
second.
tendencies could be grating.
Do you know about
Last
this
year,
one?
there was a similar incident in which a duelist died. What can you tell me?
A tragedy. I shot too well, and my opponent stumbled from the impact. He slipped and fell down the cliff. I regret it all. I have not participated in a duel since.
This is the guy
Instead,
that
I only
owes the
take
money.
the role of a referee and supervise the
Yes.
proceedings for safety. I swore that no other club member would die in a duel. Alas, someone else intervened.
Okay.
I've never seen this before.
Nothing on that.
I can't help you with this.
As
Here
it
we go.
happens, a Lamat 42 caliber revolver was discovered at the crime scene. You said you were missing a Lamat, yes?
I did, but my Lamat was a 36
So
caliber.
I think there's a little bit of
And you can
delay
prove that?
somewhere.
My word is proof enough. If I said it, it is true.
Your messages are coming in a little bit later than what is happening. So I'm not ignoring you.
Addressed
promise.
to Heinrich von Kram and written with a nervous hand.
Yeah, probably.
Addressed to
What was
Heinrich
this?
von Kram and written with a nervous hand.
Okay.
How to sharpen one's senses.
I'm glad you believe me. I missed what this
How
was
to
again.
sharpen one's senses.
How to sharpen one's senses. How exciting. Ooh, what's this one? Token of gratitude for your generosity. Okay. Interesting. Oops.
Doesn't appear to be the happiest childhood. Cecilia von Kram with Heinrich, Cologne, 1864. Mein Wunder.
Interesting. On Cram, family donates 5,000 Taylor to the Cologne Children's Hospital. Good for them. It's just Stoltz Cologne Kinder.
Recordings labelled in Braille.
Your ability to perceive the world can be developed with work and concentration.
Okay. Cool. Okay. What did John have? Ah, the Blind Dueling Club history. Alright, what have we got to do now? We can talk to other people about Heinrich. Stone Cram has also studied a lot of material to assist the blind in sharpening their other senses. Stone Cram may have got dirt on his trousers. Yellow club outfit, there's evidence. Okay. So we still have stuff to find around the house by the looks of things. In this building, in this area. Something to do with the blind duelist location. And then I need to talk to someone about this guy. I figured that this guy's blind. Heinrich is blind. Or at least, like, mostly blind. Because that's him in the photo as a child blindfolded, right? Which makes me think that he wasn't able to see when he was a kid either. Unless they just caused him to have blindness. He has at least one glass eye. So yeah, I figure it's him that is... that
Look, Sherry,
has
I'm the head of
sight
the club.
difficulties. In some way. Okay, have I missed something? I looked at the newspaper, right? Yes. It's a story about them donating money. Can't look. Oh, here we
A
go.
remarkable tool to conveniently enhance anything. I could use one for my analysis.
What do I have to analyze?
A remarkable tool to
Do I have anything to analyze? I'd happily use it for my analysis. If I knew what I was analyzing.
conveniently enhance anything. I could use one for my analysis.
I think I've looked at everything here. What have I missed? Something more down here, perhaps? Ooh, what's this? I didn't look at this.
Clever system.
It's just a target practice. It was not interesting. Map, the books, I looked at those. What is this? Just more targets. They look out of focus from this angle. I think it's only when I'm moving. When I stand still, they look alright. When I'm moving from this angle, it looks like 2 that are out of focus. Instead of like 6 stacked on top of each other. Okay. Not entirely sure what else there is to look at around here. Should you shoot them for rule following? I'm pretty sure I've, like, completed it. It's ticked off. The third rule has been satisfied, second rule satisfied, first rule satisfied, and I got a trophy for it. So, I think we're fine. Also, I can't just shoot. When I aim like I would my gun in regular mode, it's photo. It's a photo mode. Which is a form of shooting. I could try shooting a photo of the mannequin. Don't think it would do me any good, but I could try. Did I use that other key? I guess so. Not entirely sure where I used it. There was a key on the dead body. Maybe that's what opened the sister's room. That would make sense. The sister's room may have actually been locked. And I just broke in. Make a lot of sense. Alright, I'm not entirely sure what I'm doing now. Can I talk to somebody else about Heinrich? Can I talk to Heinrich any further? It's lovely that all the walls in this house are also yellow. There's a lot of yellow in this building. Some would say too much yellow.
There must be more you can recall from the day of the duel.
I wish. My eyes make me a poor witness, I'm afraid.
Yes, your blindness. An affliction since childhood, one presumes. No scars on your face, and you carry yourself with confidence.
I'm starting to see your worth, Mr. Holmes.
See?
But this
That's what I
limitation
said.
developed your other senses and made you an excellent marksman. So, tell me, did you notice anything else?
I do recall a floral smell. Something artificial. It was sweet and fresh and came from the direction of the killer.
Like perhaps some ointment that smells of lavender and pine
Do you
tree?
recognize this scent?
Yes. This is it. The smell I noticed at the ruins. Where did you get it? Do you know who killed Eric? Tell me his name.
Uh-oh. Sister's looking mighty suspicious again. It still didn't say all evidence collected. I'm still missing something around here. Potentially. But now I can talk to the sister again. Just have a quick look around here. Oh yeah, this. What's this?
How often do you think they check the submission box? My application deserves prompt consideration.
I look at this one? I haven't really looked at the other one. Bjorn Friedrich Fugen von Kram, 1923 to, 1823 to 1870 something. That seems to be everything around here. So let's go talk to the sister, I guess. still feel like we might have missed something in that building. But I don't know where or what it is, so continue onwards we go. We must talk to lovely, is it Magda? Is that her name? Yes, Magda. I do feel sorry for you, Magda, don't get me wrong. But also I think you may have killed your brother. Completely reasonable. If it was her, we're not incriminating her. She's going free. If it gives me that
Miss
option.
von Staub is awaiting the
Oh,
police.
I have to be a policeman
Perhaps
again.
you might visit on another day.
Alright, once again, let's pretend you don't notice me walking in as someone in a bright yellow suit, not at all suspicious, not at all noticeable in my very bright
Good
yellow
day,
suit.
officer.
Also, is she packed?
Miss von Staub awaits you in her boudoir.
She looks like she's kind of packed.
Good day, officer.
I don't remember if
Miss
it was
von
that way when
Staub
I was
awaits
here
you in her
last,
boudoir.
or if this is all new. But it's
Going
very
on a trip,
suspicious.
miss?
Okay,
No,
I'm guessing it
leaving
wasn't here.
permanently. This place brought me nothing but sorrow. I am sorry. What do you want?
Accuse! It worked for Superman.
Thank you for your time, miss.
Yeah, it did. It sure did. I don't have a mind palace for this, do I? I do not. Alright, are we accusing the sister? Do we believe it's the sister? Oh, okay, so the signs have been in specifically the places that I needed to do the things. So this is rule number 2, to never miss an opportunity to practice your shooting, and this is where I had to shoot the vases. And then the other one was right before I went in to fight everybody. I don't know where the one about keeping silent would have been. Because currently my only objective is the location, which I can't find anything else there. If there is something, I don't think it'll be anything important. I collected the key evidence. There might have just been something small that may have led to anything else. But the only thing left to do is to talk to her. Yeah, I wasn't here for that one. Oh dear. And look at these shots. Like, that's bullet holes.
Excellent score.
Where she's perfectly shot the fox. Which is very suspicious. And she's put gunpowder in her painting. And she hasn't packed any of her paintings, which is interesting. But yeah, I definitely think it's reasonable for her to have shot her brother. Is this the exact same painting as one that's in here? Look at this! Look at this! The other one has a flower in front of it, and that's about it. Oh yes, thank you, Bubblesbot. Speaking of the schedule, I start a new job tomorrow. So, you should definitely look at the schedule because it has changed.
I think the time has come to be honest with each other, Miss von Staub.
He really did seem
I'll
like a
start
dick.
with my confession. I misled you in our previous meeting. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and I do not work for the police.
What? I don't understand.
In actuality, I was independently investigating your brother's death and came to an unexpected conclusion.
Yay! Thank you.
Why?
It was not a tragic accident, miss. It was cold-blooded murder. And I know the culprit.
No. Who is he?
Nice try, but as you well know, I'm talking to the culprit right now.
What? Are you out of your mind?
Certainly not. Allow me to explain how you killed your brother.
Okay. What were the means of the crime? I still never know what to put for the means of the crime. What were the means? The missing gun? Or is that a murder weapon? Will that come up different somewhere else? What were the means? What does that even mean? Yes, it's very nice that I have a job, but I've been enjoying streaming so much. It's gonna be sad. I'll only be able to stream a few times a week. And even that, I don't know if I will be able to manage to do those 2 streams after work. I'll have to see how I'm going. But I'm currently in the middle of 3 games, so I need 3 streams. I don't think I actually have any evidence of her being a good shot. Like, I saw the portrait, but I don't think that actually recorded anywhere. So motive, I'm pretty sure, is usually one of the other options. So I'm not going to use the motive. What were the means of crime? The jewel? During the duel, the victim was shot by an unknown killer who was standing behind the ruins wall. The killer could either be the referee or someone else entirely. Could be that. What else have we got? We've got her identity. They said she didn't leave, which is interesting. That one's irrelevant. I don't need that. The relatives doesn't seem useful. The ointment? Black paint from the gunpowder? Debt letter, Mr. Boddington. But I feel like that's motive. I feel like Mr. Boddington might be motive. Club guest book, the missing revolver is potentially the weapon. Burnt letters is motive. Missing gun is weapon. I don't even remember what the 3 you need. You need what the means were, you need what the motive was, and you need something else, and I don't remember what the 3rd one was. Telegrams. Not that, not that. I feel like it's gotta be the jewel in the ruins. What are the means of crime? I'm gonna go with the jewel in the ruins.
This is absurd.
That wasn't
I've
it.
never even been to that cursed
wasn't
place.
The window of opportunity is an interesting one, because they said she wasn't there. I mean, they said she was there. The servants say she was at the house, so I don't know when she did it. I don't know how she did it. In terms of the timing of it. But if I get this wrong, then it's going to be all wrong. And I don't know what that means.
None of that makes a whit of sense. This is monstrous.
And the motive... Sure.
It is your brother who was monstrous. He was a tyrant.
I
and
got
you could
one of them
tolerate his
right.
Abuse no longer.
Living with Eric was a nightmare, yes. But he was my brother.
All that is left is your confession.
All that is left is your departure. Take your garbled theories elsewhere.
The law is the law, and murder is murder. You should have sought freedom through more civil means.
The sickness of men runs deep. You dare speak to my civility. You dare tell me what I must endure. That evidence of yours will prove nothing, and then I will show you what it means to be uncivil.
Okay. Okay, so we still arrested her, we just didn't get a confession. By the looks of things. Well, we kinda did it. I know she didn't deserve
She just
it.
wanted to be free.
I didn't
Where's your
want to put her in
compassion?
jail. If she just confessed, maybe I could have given her the option. Anyway, she's in jail now. My bad. Alright. What do we have to do for our main quest? Dear Mr. Holmes, I am waiting for you at Kurt Manchisos's mansion on Turquoise Lane, across from Cordona Abbey in northern Grand Surrey. Come at once. If convenient. Come anyway. Always your friend Vivi. P.S. I sent you the appropriate outfit for this place to avoid any unnecessary complications. I hope it fits. I don't remember what he sent me. Was it this? Prince of Darkness? That's probably what it was. A normal mask for normal people. Sure, sure. I'm gonna assume this is what I'm supposed to be wearing. Alright, so... Located on Turquoise Lane in northern Grand Surrey. Northern Grand Surrey, Turquoise Lane. Across from Cordona Abbey. So where's Cordona Abbey? This one? Or is it the other one? Oh, I can't see what anything is in this mode. Cordona Abbey on Turquoise Lane, it said, right? Let's just go there. Where... Can we fast travel right now? Probably not. No, we can. There you go. Oh god, I hope so. I don't remember where else I would have gotten this outfit from. So... Oh, I just got another new case? Oh my goodness. There's so many cases. Nuts. So yeah, even though I think we're nearly finished the storyline, I think there's still a lot of, like, mini cases to do. Yeah, I just went down Turquoise Lane. That mansion is located on Turquoise Lane, across from Cordona Abbey. So that's the Abbey there. This is Turquoise Lane. So it must be right here. Oh my goodness. Well, I am dressed correctly. Nailed it.
Welcome, sir. I do hope...
I hope I enjoy myself as well. Thank you very much.
Enjoy the evening, sir. There is still plenty of time before the grand finale.
The grand finale? Grand finale of what? Oh my goodness. This is quite the party. We've got a red wine fountain. And ladies wearing not much. Well, are the captions working?
What if I write an article about these people here? Can you help me gather information about Cordona's
Oh my
elite?
goodness. I couldn't see where he was for a second. Are you just gonna start drinking straight out of the fountain there? John? Is that gonna... You gonna drink that? Mostly, yeah, that sounds about right. I used to have like the little preview screen that would show me what the closed captions thought I was saying, and it was always like almost right. But yeah, I think it's the accent. which I can't really fix.
Do you know what was here
So
before Manchiosa's family bought it?
they're on in case anybody requires them, but they're not going to be the most accurate things in the world. Okay, what is the history? Occultist. That sounds right. Okay, let's try that again. I liked the magic circles or whatever showed up just then.
Do you know what was
That
here?
sounded appropriately suspicious. Disappearances. Nah. Those are boring. Yeah, magic circle. Yellow Press. Before Manchiosa's family, the mansion was owned by an occultist architect. He dedicated his life to conducting a powerful ritual from the Forgotten Tome. The ordinary magic circles proved too weak for it. That was why he built this mansion. A keen eye might notice that its shapes correspond with certain magical symbols, and some walls have cavities. One day the architect simply disappeared. An ash stain on the floor was all that remained. Perhaps he was successful in his endeavor. Use them sometimes when you're doing the washing up while watching. Yeah.
That's what I like about this party.
Enough
Bring me
to
more dirt,
understand
Sherry.
the gist of
One
what's
more
going
piece,
on.
and I can expose these base hedonists.
Just not quite right.
Curtains do not guarantee privacy.
And you still need a crack, despite being ethereal.
And I think some of it is, maybe John is a demon summoned by a cult. It's possible. But yeah, I think some of the captions are also kind of predictive. It's like, oh, you said this word, so in context it would make sense if you said this other word. But of course...
My goodness, Sherlock. They made a blood fountain.
No, John, it's definitely not blood, just wine.
I feel like
Pause,
my,
yes.
Australian-isms in not just my accent, but also the way I speak probably confuse it a little bit. I don't actually know what I'm doing here. I'm assuming I'm supposed to be finding Mr. Vogel. But I'm not sure if he's just one of the people in that room.
Codex Orchis. Why does this occult book sound like a flower?
Yeah, it changes spelling like there to there depending on the rest of the sentence. Yeah, and I've noticed it a few times, like it'll say one word or it'll have like a couple of words and then it'll switch one word that's 2 or 3 words back, because that would make more sense.
Romantic poetry and prose. Someone's in touch with their feelings. These medieval botany and chemistry books look even more satanic than the occult ones.
Alright. What else can we find
Well-known
sneaking
and
around
recent
here?
plays to keep up to date with the current trends.
One of these books must open a secret passage. I know it.
Well, why don't you just try all of them, John? You do that. I'll go drink the wine.
My husband thinks I am playing bridge here.
Oh my. It does not look like you're playing bridge. I think we found what we were looking for.
Sherlock! Friend! I wasn't sure you'd come.
What are you guys up to in this room?
Werner, I see you are not yourself.
The more time you spend here in Cordona, the more I feel it my duty to bring you into our world and show you all we have to offer.
And what is on offer today?
Pleasure, indulgence, relief, and relaxation. You've earned some time for yourself, have you not?
Those who know me would say I'm incapable of it.
Nonsense. I refuse to believe there is anyone permitted to know Sherlock Holmes.
Huh. You may be right.
Then free yourself from inhibition and expectation. The night is young, and so are the guests. You should try to enjoy both. It's not healthy for handsome men to spend every night alone, and certainly not in a house filled with such melancholic memories.
I must admit, my travels have proven more taxing than expected. I'm less confident in my life and myself. A time of relaxation seems a distant dream.
So can I tempt you with physical aid to your moral consolations? There's wine, of course. Something to
Wine will
smoke.
help.
Or perhaps an artificial paradise? Yes, something more spiritual. A potentiator to sharpen the mind. A 7% solution of, well, that'd be telling, but you must try it.
My mind
Pointless, I
already
guess.
operates at a far higher level than
I
most.
don't think Sherry's very
Struggle to believe
concerned about
anything can improve it.
recklessness.
My ultimate duty is to provide the world with truth, and I do that perfectly well as is.
Duty? You've never cared about that before.
Of course I do. Exposing a lie, revealing a fact, that is a moral responsibility.
That's not morality. Morals are what happens afterwards when truth collides with consequence. Do you ever follow up on cases you solved? Do you ever see what happened next? Visit the victims? Ensure justice is served
I mean,
in
I
the
read the
courts?
newspaper.
And how do you choose where to direct your attention? Are there not deserving causes to which your brilliance could be applied but isn't?
You ascribe me more power than I possess. I have a narrow skill set and work within that mandate. What occurs afterward is irrelevant.
With every action or inaction, you place a finger on the scales of morality. Many in the city would see you as abdicating your responsibility.
I haven't.
Not me, of course. Morality is subjective, just like truth. There is little to be gained from indulging in it, and far better things to indulge in. Now I must insist on easing any burdens I've placed upon your shoulders. Show yourself a kindness, and try this rather delectable concoction.
I won't need it, or I'd rather take it for study. Study!
If this solution truly does assist with thinking, then well, perhaps it would be puerile to overlook an opportunity to
Study those drugs.
I'll take it with me.
Yes, Sherlock. Very good. And now, our evening begins in earnest. I just remembered. I'm sorry, Sherlock. My mind's delightfully impaired. Please take this key. It opens the altar room, past the library.
Pardon? Altar room? What now, Werner?
Go quickly and find our Fabio. Only you can make him talk. I'll join you in a minute.
Interesting. Let's go find Fabio and make him talk, I guess. Oh my goodness, what is happening on all these other curtained rooms? I'm very suspicious. I mean, I'm not going to open any. Because, you know, I know what's probably going on behind those curtains. Alright. Ooh, oh my. Well, that looks like a cult sacrifice if ever I've seen one.
Was he here this whole time?
That was unexpected. Look, a little. If I'd thought about it, I probably would have realised that was what he meant. I was too distracted thinking about what was going on behind the curtains.
The herbs here are Salvia divinorum. They have a slight hallucinogenic effect to emphasize the ceremony.
Well, look, we can make him talk in the way Sherlock makes dead bodies talk, you know?
This elaborate box must be for the ritual dagger.
Like the less literal definition.
This oil has a slight aroma of flowers
yeah,
and
just
olive.
not with his voice.
The ointment smells mouse-like. I presume it is an aphrodisiac prepared from a Spanish fly. This one looks like a twisted symbol of Venus, drawn in a hurry.
These are set pieces. Nice. Ooh, I can go through that door. I did not expect to be able to go through that door.
The sign reminds me of the astrological symbol for Mars.
Okay, so we've got Mars and Venus. We've got 2 other rooms we can go into. John, what are you doing? What was that pose?
A blunt force trauma may have suffered an internal hemorrhage.
Maybe. Tattoo
This crude
covers
tattoo
a mark.
partially covers as slave branding.
Okay. Interesting.
This golden handle has a bloodstain on it.
It's got a lot of blood on it, actually, as a matter of fact.
The dagger is heavy and sharp, but lacks balance. This worm-like sigil has been drawn with his own blood.
Oh, lovely.
The victim has clenched the fabric so firmly in his fist that it's nigh impossible to remove it.
Good. Good for him. Yeah, but usually don't stab people with the handle. Yeah, but like, doesn't seem that unreasonable that some of the blood got on the handle. I guess it hadn't been removed yet.
The wound is deep. A precise strike reached the heart. He died right here.
Okay, what's going on in this room then? Very fancy room here. Ooh, box of cigars.
Enough cigars to burn down the entire mansion.
Very fancy. One of them still burning. My goodness.
An open wound spoiled the carpet. Blood.
Blood all over the
A sturdy
bottle.
bottle met a not-so-sturdy human. It didn't break only because it was unopened.
Cool. What else have we got? How far can we go? So this is as far as we can go this way. Must be something else over here. I thought it would be the still smoking cigar. Wait. Wait. What's this?
Why don't people tidy up after themselves?
Probably the blunt force to his head. Yep, probably. Oh yeah, we also found a whip at the brother's place in the last dueling thing, which I think you missed. There was a whip on his bedside table that was well used or something. Lounging on the stack of pillows. Look, I'll be honest. That looks like a real comfy spot to lounge. I'm not mad about that one.
The pitcher is empty, but with puddles around it.
Interesting.
Blood clots are adhered to the sides of the drain.
Oh, thanks, Yetzes. I don't want those though. I'll be honest. Bye. Okay, wet handprint.
Identical to the robes the guests are wearing.
Yes, used for hitting his sister, more than likely.
Props,
But then we just
decorations,
threw
and
the sister in
tools for a
jail,
more
so,
detailed
you know.
set.
Whoops. What did
Props,
it say?
decorations, and tools for a more detailed set.
Props, decorations, and tools. So yeah, there's a lot of, like, prop stuff going on here.
Similar
is
to the
interesting.
guests' robes, apart from the bloodstain.
That's how you know you're getting bigger when you start getting spammed. Maybe. I think they prey on the smaller ones a bit more.
Handcrafted and luxurious cufflinks. There's also a note. For my Fabio. Anchos.
Fabio! Yeah, they know that I'm desperate, you know? They think that I'm desperate, at least. This person will pay for viewers.
The key is similar to the one that Vogel gave me.
Maybe old mate was supposed to be pretend killed, but then got actually killed. It's very possible.
The capital F on the key fob might refer to Fabio.
I was thinking potentially something along those lines.
Would you recognise me in one of these? I suppose not.
Okay.
This is a different ritual.
Ritual scenario. I found a scenario of some sort of ritual with a remark written at the beginning. It says, read and rehearse this rite, Mantius. The naked woman lies on the altar on a bed of flowers, symbolizing Mother Gaia. The one who leads the ritual oils the body of the woman to awaken her inner fertility. Participants should chant at this moment and call for the man who can please Mother Gaia. Then the man who will impersonate the principle of life may come to engage in sexual congress with her. So perhaps a lady here was practicing a scene and a man came in and got a little too real with the scene. Maybe. Don't ignore the guests, Matista, and stop boring them. They don't want to hear about your stupidities. They want to feel how beautiful they are and how generous you can be towards them. You are here to please and celebrate life. Remember, each guest paid a great deal to be with you. Mantius.
How can anyone accept such behaviour?
A useful tool for a disguise arsenal.
Okay. Have I missed anything? John, what are you doing now? Some good balance he's got there. Almost fell. Hello, good sir. What can
Bernard,
you tell
care to
me?
explain what is going on here?
On nights like these, it's not unusual for some attendees to get a little exuberant. It's part of the appeal. Unfortunately, it appears things have gotten out of hand. Yes, some are more prone to bend the rules of morality.
That's murder. I doubt there's anything left to bend. Why did you not tell me immediately? We were chatting about trivial matters for some time.
If I'm completely honest, Sherlock, I've consumed a rather potent cocktail of substances. My attention slips and drifts. But I'm glad I thought to call for you.
You sent me a disguise.
Oh dear, did I? Well, since I found the body, Mr. Mantios has agreed that you can investigate the matter. I
He's a
promise
little
my
bit out
mind
of it.
will behave itself going forward.
All right. And pull yourself together, Werner.
Oh my goodness.
What is it about these nights that you were so eager to share with me?
Well, they're not always in the evenings, but they are in the shadows. People gather to test their boundaries in a safe and consensual atmosphere, often with more stains than your typical crime scene. But that is the point. Who are we to judge?
I suppose that's fair. What about today, then? Was anything different?
Well, I was invited as a special guest. It was supposed to be a time of both divine and carnal pleasures. A scratch for every unconventional itch.
I imagine you're reeling from your shattered expectations.
On the contrary, there is still spectacle, stimulation, and release, merely in a different form. I like to let life entertain me.
Or death.
So Fabio was like an employee, right? He had the backstage dressing room, and he had a letter from Mr. Mantios, who I'm assuming is the guy that's owner / organizer of these things. So, not a guest. That was the impression I got. I was a little bit distracted while I was looking through the dressing room, I'll be honest. But yeah, it seemed like he was an actor. They seem to employ a lot of women. I didn't see very many men in the main room, I didn't think. But I could be
Mr. Manchios is the owner of the manor,
Which,
yes?
I mean, makes
And
sense.
the host of
There were definitely
Cordona's
women
most
guests.
memorable parties. He promises even the ugliest guest a partner for the night. And for the ones with more unconventional
most
tastes,
of the
Mr. Manchios provides other services.
What a caring
employee
person.
type
You
people
cannot
were
begin to
female.
imagine.
How did you discover the body? In between guzzles of alcohol?
I was set to perform in a fecundity rite with Fabio and came to inquire further. It was a staged ritual where he was to play the principle of life.
And the rehearsal was unsuccessful?
Huh. Who knows? I found him alone on the altar, his blood dripping to the floor.
And then?
Then I called Mr. Manchios. He was panicking, so I told him about you. We left the room and locked the door. Then we were...
Filling time?
Waiting for you was stressful. We indulged in some simple comforts. Overindulged, perhaps.
Were you well acquainted with Fabio, the victim?
Everyone knew Fabio, or wanted to. His beauty was the talk of the island. Too handsome to go unnoticed. He was magnetic. Fat wallets fought for the privilege of having him. He offered the pleasures of performance, and more.
Tell me about the ritual.
What about the fertility ritual? There was something about Fabio being
Assuming this is the one we read was what was
Fabio
supposed to happen.
portray the beauty of life's origin. Flowers, oil. Not this travesty that seems straight out of the Inquisition.
So this ritual is not the
I'm
fertility
assuming the
rite.
other
What was it meant to look
table in
It
the
begins
dressing
with a
room was for
woman
the
lying
lady
naked
playing
in a
Gaia.
flower bed on the altar. She represents Gaia, the earth. As I cover her in oils, we chant for the principle. As our calls reach a climax, Fabio enters and copulates with her. After he finishes, I stab her with a dagger. That part's just pretend, of course.
But the intercourse is not?
I did not expect you to be such a prude. Are you a virgin? It is nothing to be ashamed of, but it would explain the color of your cheeks. The fertility rite marks the start of our festivities. The principle of life is beautiful, intimate,
It looks like
essential.
you guys have already
Must not be
started your
stopped.
festivities.
Yet it appears that someone did stop it. What about the naked woman? Can you tell me anything about her?
Oh yes, Matista. She's one of Fabio's compatriots and a performer too. I haven't seen her today, actually.
Suspicious.
When you discovered the body, was the door open?
No, it was locked. Oh, that reminds me. It's a minor detail, but the first time I came to speak to Fabio, I left without entering, having been unable to open the door.
You didn't have the key?
No, I had it. Don't look at me like that. I was mostly sober. I suspect there was a key in the other side of the door, blocking the lock.
That detail may very well be major, Werner. Well done. So you returned later only to find the lock was not blocked?
Correct. After an hour had passed, I tried again and was able to unlock the door. That's when I discovered poor, handsome Fabio.
The police remain unaware of this tragic event?
Some of them may be hiding behind their masks. They conceal many things. But we didn't want the authorities to create more problems. Besides, after a few cocktails, their incompetence will have soared to new heights.
How do you know I even
Yeah,
want
the
the
police
keys?
just get in the
I
way of a
promised you
murder investigation.
relaxation. If there's one thing I know about you, Sherlock, it's that nothing soothes you more than a good mystery.
Okay. Let's do a quick scan of this room. See if I saw everything. And we'll have a look at what we've got. Oh man, John made a bet. I missed that. Fabio was killed in a ritual murder. Fabio was sacrificed on the altar during an occult ritual. Okay. Can't put those two together, so that's fine. What did John bet us? John asked me to look for information that he might use to write an article exposing the local elite. Gotcha. For Manchios' family, the mansion was owned by an occultist architect. Just the information that I found about the building. Okay. We've got the victim. We've got the dagger. Key to the altar room. That's how we got in here. The smoking lounge needs me to look at it. private room where guests can smoke in comfort. There were droplets of blood on the carpet. A wine bottle stained with blood was lying on the floor. Okay. Dressing room. Someone used a pitcher of water recently. The water drain has traces of washed blood. One of the guests may have taken the robe from here. I searched the old wardrobe in the dressing room and found a blood-stained robe, similar to the others I saw the guests wearing. That was telling Matista not to ignore the guests. That was the ritual. Fabio received some cufflinks. Tables in the dressing room were used by the performers. Fabio's key is still on the table. Matista's table had a note and a scenario from Manchiso. Second performer was Matista, and then we have Vogel's testimony. Alright, so let's go into the smoking lounge. Now that we have it pinned, we should be able to see something. Ooh, a bloody handprint.
A person leaned against the doorframe. They left a smudged trail of blood.
Okay. Interesting.
A bloody handprint on an armchair.
More blood.
The
So
wounded
many
person was here
blood.
for some time. There appear to be no further traces leading to the altar.
So, Sherry, do you have any ideas about the case?
Perhaps. I think I can deduce what happened here.
So, did he get whacked on the head here and then make his way out of the room onto the altar and then get stabbed? Or was it the person who stabbed him who walked back into the smoking lounge? What have we got? Someone just clonking him on the head. Someone... What are they doing? Are they stabbing him or are they just wrestling with him? Choking him? Was he choked? I didn't think he was choked. He was stabbed and he had the head wound. That's what I thought anyway. Maybe I missed it. Very possible I wasn't paying attention. Okay, what happened here? Somebody put the bloody rags down. So this is a dead man, right? You not pay attention? Never. Exactly. Correct. This has to be a random person, right? Fabio wouldn't have gotten blood on his robes and then washed it off and then left. That seems ridiculous. Maybe. It seems a little ridiculous. Oh, okay. That's a possibility. No, he got whacked over the head here. This is the head whacking. Right, that's my only two options, surely. Stabbing or head whacking? Head whacking. Got whacked on the head. Then he got dragged out. Put on the table and stabbed. Perhaps. And then... person in robe walked out. Couldn't get out? Nailed it.
The bottle was used as a weapon during a scuffle in the smoking lounge. Then, to ensure no one would interrupt, the murderer locked the door. The unconscious body of the victim was moved to the altar room. Once the body was on the altar, the murderer thrust the dagger into the victim's heart. Symbols were drawn with the blood. The wardrobe was used to hide the bloodied robe from anyone's eyes. The killer washed himself and took a clean robe from the hanger before leaving.
See, I was paying so much attention.
Are you all right? You're on the floor. Not moving.
I think I know what happened here.
I was paying enough attention that I just worked out exactly what happened. So, you know. Ooh, now we have two options. The ritual was a cover. Rituals was staged. I think that's accurate. Fabio's key remains untouched. Murderer cleaned himself, the altar room was locked and unlocked, and Fabio was assaulted in a nearby room. I don't know which of these goes together, so I'm just gonna try all of them. The murderer had a key to the altar room. Right, that makes sense. Because they didn't take Fabio's key, obviously. Okay. So we have a couple of things. We still have John's request. Murderer attacked Fabio in the smoking lounge, striking his head with the mind model. The attacker then hurried to lock the altar's room. Dying Fabio was dragged to the altar, then stabbed. The murderer hid the blood-stained clothes in the old wardrobe. The murderer washed the blood from himself and picked up a new robe before leaving the altar room unnoticed. And then we have, it is clear the murderer had a key. If I find out who had a key to the altar room, I'll shrink the circle of suspects. Can I ask you about
starting
it?
to put the pieces together.
Fabio was stabbed.
I see nothing gets past you, Werner. Yes, he was stabbed, but only after being knocked out in the next room.
Good
and placed
noticing,
here.
Werner.
I do not yet know why.
So, who's responsible?
Well, it was one person working alone, and the murderer has now donned a robe. He or she could be hiding in plain sight. We have lost time, Werner, but your discretion may prove to be a benediction after all.
Okay, what have we got?
The murderer
had a
had
key.
to have access to this room. After the crime, he used his own key to lock the door. So, who had the key to the altar room?
I'm not sure. As a special guest, I was provided
I mean, it
one
would
by
make
Mr.
sense
Manchios.
that the actress
He should be able to tell you of any others.
also
Where
had
can
a
I find
key.
him?
Most likely in the main hall, entertaining his guests. He has a mask with golden stars.
And
You
her
can't miss
key
him.
was not on her
But
desk.
please be discreet. We don't want to risk disturbing the revelry.
Like Fabio's was. And nobody has seen her all
Sherlock,
evening.
don't forget to find the information I need before the guests leave.
And by nobody, I mean Werner didn't see her,
Codex
so
Orcus.
the
Why does this
super
occult book sound like a
high
flower?
Werner. He didn't see her, so obviously
Well-known and recent plays to keep up to date with the current trends.
she wasn't here. Okay, have I missed something?
Could you help me? Excuse me? What? I'm not sure I know.
Okay, sorry. I want to make sure I find all this information for... what's his face? John. I don't want to miss anything, you know? Ah, more curtained rooms. John! This is not a room for you. My boy. My dear sweet John. This is not for you.
May I ask you something?
Don't take it personally, sir.
You keep
but
forgetting that I had
know
the key
nothing
pinned.
about
Yeah,
this.
I'm about to have a look. Fragel told me he saw him in the hall. A man wears a mask with golden stars and is most probably still nervous after the discovery of the body. Yeah, I just need to spot the right person. I'm just also looking for the things that John needs.
Vogel's gallery has a backer, I see.
Not entirely sure what he needs, he just wants information.
Enjoy the event, sir.
Some of it was just stuff I saw as I was walking around and interacted with, so I'm just walking around and interacting with everything now. Just in case. Alright, well, that's at least most things. Gold with stars, right? And he's looking nervous. That man looks nervous. And it's definitely gold. I don't know if it has stars. Oh, look. This guy's an employee. A gentleman employee. Was saying I didn't think I'd seen any males that weren't guests. But no, there are. Alright. Gold with stars looking nervous. This man's also looking quite nervous.
Could you help me?
Excuse me? What? I'm not
But
sure.
apparently that is not him. It was the one I saw before. This one?
All there's beauties. Manchio's is the best, as always.
So it's not you?
All there's beauties. Manchio's is the best, as always. I need a rest
Yours is
from
not
my
gold.
insatiable wife.
Kurt Manchios, I presume?
Found
I'm
him,
Sherlock
apparently.
Holmes.
Oh, you must be the one Werner told
The
me
stars
about.
are really hard to
What a
see.
sweet voice you have. It must belong to a handsome young man. Can I call you Sherlock?
As you wish, Mr. Manchios. Mr. Vogel asked me to help you. The body in the altar room requires answers, and quickly. I suspect the murderer to still be here.
What? Lower your voice. I don't want anyone to hear us.
Did you know Fabio well?
Tell me about
People are starting
Fabio.
to look at us, Sherlock. Change the subject. I can't believe what happened to him. To me. Such an atrocity. Think what it means for me.
And yet you're just
Wonderfully
leaving a
universally
dead
good,
body
influential and rich
in a
people
room in your
has been
house.
Ruined. I have betrayed all my promises of exotic delights.
I don't understand. Surely a murder would affect your reputation to a greater extent.
Please, isn't this why you are here? I thought you were a silent magician. Do your tricks and make it go away.
I don't make murders go away. I just find the answer to the crime.
I need to find all those who had the key to the altar room. As far as I know, Mr. Vogel, Fabio, and you had access to it. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes. Also,
Santos.
Matista and Santos.
Who is Santos?
Santos. Who is that?
Santos Pinchetti, my major domo. In his opinion, at least.
Ah, the major domo. Not one of those lesser domos, the major one.
I'd like to speak to Mr. Pinchetti and Matista. Do you have somewhere I might have a private conversation with them?
Of course, of course. Let me think. Matista is entertaining the guests somewhere, and Santos... Oh, yes. He will be busy with the servants. Or the cook. What's that noise? What's going on?
What is that noise?
Praise filth.
What is
You're
going
under
on?
arrest.
Oh my. This is true, he's basically a butler. And the butler always did it. What is happening right now? This place is getting raided real bad. I'm assuming that was them that we just saw. That one's gotta be the chick. And the guy going down the stairs has to be the butler. I reckon. It is very cinematic with some very nice background music. I was about to say this is probably going to get copyright, and then I realized it's probably old enough that it's outside of copyright domain anyway. So it's
Look at
probably
you.
fine.
Committed a crime, and now I have to free you, kiss your hand, and apologise for the inconvenience.
I did tell you that Mr. Vogel and I were innocent. I emphasized it in my statement.
Your statement? Thanks to some bigwigs who work for the so-called good of the country by releasing fleas like you. Thank God we have Vogel in this letter. Once I get to that goldfish, I'll...
Bigwig. Oh, my wretched brother Mycroft and his long nose.
Wait, did you say Mycroft? Mycroft Holmes? Are you the youngest son of Violet Holmes? Rest her soul?
Yes. Something wrong with that?
Is there something wrong with that? Do you know something about her?
I was working on the paperwork of her case while you still had milk on your lips.
Would you happen to remember anything of the events?
Well, I didn't make the inquiry, but I remember seeing some notes. Why?
Tell me! You must help me.
You must help me. It would mean a great deal to me if you could find any information about that day.
Huh. Got you hooked, right? You know what? Stark and the others think they're the smartest here, thanks to you. Let me get this straight. Are you listening to me, lad?
I'm all ears.
Take this case. Report to me only, to Constable Harvey Oswald. I'll leave everything I have on this table. Find the murderer. Be a real copper. Question the suspects, make them sing, give me something substantial.
And if Mr. Vogel is not a suspect?
If he's innocent, then you can take your favourite degenerate away from here. If you slip or mess with the evidence, then trust me, your brother won't save you from my bludgeon. Meanwhile, I'll be checking the archive for you. If anybody asks, then you're a consulting detective.
Let's make a start then, partner.
Yes, partner.
We should have listened to the guests there. Now I have nothing to write about.
Sorry. I'm sorry, John. I needed to talk to more people, I guess. Oh. What are they doing in this prison cell? This is an interrogation room. That's concerning. Gasp. Consulting detective. Yes. Yes. I believe I was already being a consulting detective because I did all of the police quests in, like, the first stream because I couldn't work out how to do the rest of the main quest. So yeah, I did a lot of the police quests very early on. But yeah, I'm very interested about that raid because it kind of seemed like it wasn't just a raid because there was a murder. It seemed like it was a raid because, you know, these people are having parties and using drugs. So I don't think Vogel is innocent for the reason that it was raided. He might be innocent of the murder, but I still think he committed crimes that include drugs. Anyway, I'm gonna take a quick break, and I will be back shortly. One moment. Alrighty, so what are we doing now? John's very upset at me. Well, I mean, this in itself is just evidence, right? Conchetti is a majordomo, therefore, the butler did it. Where's that option? The murderer cleaned their self? The murderer washed their self after killing Fabio. Oh, that's great. Okay, so Fabio received expensive cufflinks as a present from Manchiso. So we should probably talk to... can't remember how to pronounce that name. Manchiso? We should probably talk to him about the cufflinks. At some point. And Vogel is under arrest since he is one of the primary suspects. Police arrested me during the raid on Manchiso's mansion. Constable Oswald freed me. He said he could find the documents relating to my mother's death in exchange for help in solving this case. I agreed. Constable Oswald will be in the archive during my investigation. He left everything he has for the case on the table. Okay. So, can I have a look at this? Tell me what you have. Report number 6260. Following a report from a witness of the satanic ritual who claimed to have found a body, the raid on the Manchio's mansion was granted. It resulted in the arrest of multiple suspects and dispersal of the group in masks and robes caught in acts of gross indecency and unnatural behavior. The body of the victim was found lying on an altar with a knife wound in his chest, but you know, the knife was in my pocket. Not at all suspicious. The body of the victim was found lying on the altar with a knife wound in the chest. The officers identified the victim, Fabio 20, a local performer and artist. Arrested suspects. V. Vogel had a letter of an insulting nature in his possession, which had been written by the victim. He claims to have found the body. He's infamous for his eccentric personality. Sherlock carried a murder weapon, a dagger with the victim's blood, and other items of evidence. He was invited by another suspect, V. Vogel, presumably to obstruct the official investigation. K. Manchios, the owner of the mansion and organizer of the satanic party, paid the victim to participate in the ritual, had access to the crime scene. Matisto, Fabio's partner and participant in the ritual, tried to escape, resisted arrest, owned a book with a description for the ritual performed in the altar room. Some of the guests are temporarily detained for further questioning. Okay. Give me, I want this key. Give me the key.
Back on track to solve the case.
Excellent. Keys for the interrogation rooms. Witness deposition. I, Santos Vincetti, am a witness who reports a suspicion of murder at Manchios' mansion in Grand Surrey. During preparations for the social party, I heard loud noises from the closed altar room. Immediately, I thought of the sacrifice of a living being, overviewed by none other than Kurt Manchios. Immediately, I thought of the sacrifice of a living being. There was blood on the walls, strange symbols, and a dagger in the heart. As soon as I was able to think clearly, I rushed to the police station to report my findings. The station responded to the deposition by sending a patrol, while the witness left the station and went home. During preparations for the social party, I heard loud noises from the closed altar room. Immediately, I thought of the sacrifice of a living being, overviewed by none other than Kurt Manchios. There was blood on the walls, strange symbols, and a dagger in the heart. How did he get into the room? The room was locked and the key was still in the door. So how could he have seen what was going on? Suspicious. Very suspicious. Evidence ticket. The provider of this ticket has permission to inspect all evidence on case number 6260. It's like a coat check. Yes, hello, I have my ticket here. I would like to collect my evidence, please. Oh, that's so funny. Okay, so... Oops. Santos informed the police. He is the major domo. Pinchetti is a suspect who should be arrested and questioned. He had a key which he did not mention in his deposition. Yeah, he heard loud noises and assumed the boss was murdering someone. Well, he would have a key. Yeah, so that's the major domo / butler is Pinchetti. So he definitely would have a key to the room. But if he just heard it, then he wouldn't have been able to get in because, like, Vogel couldn't get in. The key was actually in the door on the other side. So Vogel had a key but could not get into the room. It would be the same thing for him. The major domo wouldn't have been able to get into the room because it was locked with the key still in the lock. So either he just assumed that his boss was murdering someone from the wording of it, or he's saying that he went in. Given that another part of this says washed their self after killing Fabio, there may be some slight translation issues. So I think it's probably saying that he went into the room and found his boss killing someone, or his boss being involved in someone being killed. But he shouldn't have been able to get into the room. Unless he was in the dressing room? But then where was he later? Yeah, because he said, like, there was blood everywhere and there was symbols. So I think he was in there. But when? I guess he could have gone in after Vogel was in there. Because Vogel did eventually go in. Or, like, before Vogel was in there, but after the other guy came out. I don't know. Anyway. So, we still have some things here. Vogel is held because of the letter. We already did that, right? Doesn't seem like any of these things are gonna give me anything else, but that's okay. We've got something in our casebook now. Got a bunch of things in our casebook. So many people to talk to. So, I had to talk to Manchios about the cufflinks. We just had to talk to Vogel, apparently. We had to talk to Santos. Santos had a key to the altar room and could enter the crime scene. He even appears to have been the first person to find the body. That makes him a perfect suspect. We should tell Constable Oswald in the archives to question him as a suspect. And we can collect our evidence. Okay.
Look, I found Werner.
You found Werner. Is he in here? Where'd you find him, John? I heard John. Oh, there he is. Right down the end. Hello, Werner. If I could talk
Werner,
to you, that'd be
all right?
great. Thank you.
Oh, yes, yes.
Thank you,
Everything's
PlayStation.
fine. In fact, it's something of a family reunion. My brother spent quite some time in this place himself.
You should not be here. I told the police everything I knew, but they refused to let you go. They require proof to free you.
Ha! What did you expect? The mighty
Yes,
Sherlock Holmes swans in, tells the
his
officers
brother
what to
was
think,
my mother's
and the world
doctor.
obeys?
Of course not. Anyway,
I don't remember
I
if
struck
you
a
were
deal
there
with the
for that
constable, and
revelation,
I got a free hand in
Eldarwin.
the investigation. I find proof to solve the case for him. He obtains files about my mother's death for me.
I'm
Well
pretty
done.
sure
If one has the power or will,
his brother was the
and can
doctor.
act, then one must. I wonder, suppose you couldn't get the proof to your truth. Would you tell a lie to the guard that enabled my freedom, knowing my innocence? Would that not be just?
I wouldn't lie for you.
There are lines I will not cross, Verna. I will do my best to secure your release, but with proof, not deception.
Really? How many white lies have you told on this island? Why not for me? Why not another?
That is absurd.
He was
I can
also not a
resolve this
very good
without
doctor.
compromises. Do not give up hope.
He was like experimenting, using experimental techniques and theories and stuff on her, I believe.
I can't follow you here.
Okay, what can I ask you about? Don't want to ask you about that. Don't want to ask you about that.
I have learned who told the police about the crime. It was Santos Pinchetti.
Do I know him?
The major domo of the manor. He cleans up after you?
Well, then he does his job perfectly. All but invisible. I couldn't tell you the first thing about him.
Okay. Imprisoned Vogel. It's like the second form. He has evolved into imprisoned Vogel. Wow, there's a lot of people here. Alright, buddy, you need to question Santos. Where's the one that says
Have you
he has a key?
considered Mr. Santos Pinchetti as a suspect?
The snitch? Have you seen him? I mean, my breath could knock him down. What's so special about him?
As a major domo, he has keys that open all the rooms, including the one to the crime scene. Could have testified only to circumvent suspicion, don't you think? We need to question him.
Right. I'll send our men to fetch him. Stay here.
Will do.
They brought him in, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, that was fast.
Here's the key to interrogation room number 7. Mr. Pinchetti didn't even resist, our men said.
Thank you.
So yes, more people to talk to. Excellent. Where's the stuff about him? So this is from the doctor's brother. Donor is home to a stunning new art gallery, which I visit every Thursday. Do not seek Klaus, I left that name behind. So we found Vogel at an art gallery. Attempt to repeatedly immerse her in the traumatic situations that precipitated her mental illness. My belief that the moment may give her a chance to embrace what happened, accept it, and effectively cure itself. So maybe not the worst things. Oh yeah, and they think it might be hereditary. So I also have what my mum had. His mother's condition has begun to affect the mind of the youngest boy, Sherlock. While I cannot conduct a proper medical examination due to the protectiveness of the eldest son, it seems the boy suffers ongoing hallucinations in the form of an imaginary friend. That is accurate. But I feel like there was something worse. Graduation was postponed a year due to a minor scandal. Torn diploma. Reassembled on behalf of the Board of Switzerland. Confer with the degree of Doctor of Medical. I feel like there was something worse about it. But yeah, he was doing things that... practices that can be used that work. But then also things that could just traumatize her further. That seem to have potentially resulted in worse situations. John, are you getting drunk? Yeah, that's one of the explanations for John. That's what they say he is. The game is telling me that that's what it is, but I don't know. I just don't know. It's gotten very suspicious. As with most things in this game.
This area is restricted.
Okay. Understood. Is anybody else in these interrogation rooms, or am I just walking into them for no reason? I know that Santos is in 7.
Good day, Mr. Manchios.
Yes, I was expecting to find these
Constable
guys in the other
Oswald's
ones.
partner in this investigation.
Be quick and gentle. Some of your colleagues are untrained boors. Although I don't mind meeting young officers, the new blood here.
If you cooperate in finding Fabio's murderer, there will be no need to meet with the boars again.
That voice. Werner's friend? You're the policeman. What a disappointment.
Only an undercover agent can scour a ditch full of deviants. I am a consulting detective, although I'm capable of replacing the entire department through my consultations.
Sharp-tongued, I like it. May I presume this tongue will get us out of this trouble?
Maybe.
I would be so indebted and glad to repay you.
Depends if
Nothing's
you did
changed. I'm looking for the murderer. That's the only way to get us out of trouble.
But it shouldn't take much time, correct? We're all busy after all.
I need to examine you first.
Okay, let us observe this man. Rouge. He wears makeup. A rash from exposure to hair dye. Also got a receding hairline there. Don't know what he's going to do about that one. Ooh, he washed his hands in a hurry. That's suspicious. Quality polished leather, lavishly expensive. Sir hides his age or stickler for cleanliness. Cleansiness? Kurt Manchios is extremely rich, eccentric and frivolous. He is the organizer of the parties of Cordona's elite and the owner of the Manchios' mansion. Manchios' mansion? That's hard to say. He spends his life in the company of similarly overprivileged people. However, Mr. Manchios wishes to hide his true age from the younger participants of his party. He is concerned with aging to the point where he uses makeup and hair dye to look younger. However, his being sociable in this manner has made him cautious regarding his health. He uses chemicals and hair dye to clean and improve himself to the extent that it damages his skin. I think he hides his age. Look at that face. Look at all those wrinkles. Receding hairline. Nice dark hair. Suspicious.
You are a little over the top with your use of makeup, Mr. Manchios. Is it so difficult for you to acknowledge your age?
Well, Sherlock, that's easy for you to say to an old man when you look as though you are barely 15.
But still, it shouldn't be an issue for someone of your status.
For people of my age, it isn't an issue, no. But the younger ones can be so afraid of wrinkles and grey flecks. I have to adapt.
Such a methodical man who cares for his body, but
I mean, are
misses the
people
soap
always
under his
wearing those
fingernails.
capes and masks?
Are you so impatient, or
Because
perhaps
you don't really
even
see his
impulsive?
face or his
I
hair.
wouldn't call myself that. Silly little details. If I missed it, it wasn't important. Or rather, it was less important than who or what I was focused on.
What was Fabio
What was
like?
Fabio like? His personality, his habits. Anything you can tell me?
He was the brightest star of my parties. Young, magnetic, and full of energy. I don't even want to mention his beauty. Otherwise, I'll be sobbing.
An expensive champion, I imagine.
His performances were flawless.
Flawless.
He deserved his payment. Do you think he was murdered because of money?
Possibly. What about the other guests? Were they used to opening their wallets as well?
I wouldn't restrict my guests from anything. I'm sure Fabio received a few coins from others for his services.
Tell me more
Mr.
about the
Vogel
event.
told me a little about your parties, but I would like to know more directly from you.
I'm all yours, Sherlock. You have me arrested and locked here with you alone.
Whom do you
I'd like to know
invite?
who you usually
A little bit
invite
more
to your parties.
generic than
Free
Vogel.
minds who are able to leave reality for an evening.
Might get
who
to
can
ask
taste
Vogel as well.
forbidden fruit without
see.
prejudice. There is nothing that quite spices up life like these parties, assuming one is old enough and has worked many years for the good of one's country.
Oh, all true labourers, I see.
And Vogel?
Why did you invite Mr. Vogel as your special guest?
He's a pretty fellow. He's capable of surprising the public. He has a talent for saying words
What a
that no one
pretty
else
fellow.
would wish to either say or hear.
I suppose I can't argue with that.
He is a free addition to the eccentricity of the party, which is fine by me, as long as it enhances my party.
Alright, what evidence can I provide you? Those don't seem useful.
I've no idea about
Santos?
that.
No? Okay, that's just the keys to the interrogation room.
Do you
Here we
have any
go.
idea who tipped off the police to raid your mansion, Mr. Manchios?
Of course. It was you. I could even say you Sherlocked me in here.
A good guess, but the wrong one. The fellow who did that was Mr. Pinchetti, your major domo.
Good
What?
one.
Santos? But how could he even know? If he's not the murderer himself. The ungrateful swine. He has dared to besmirch my reputation.
Not a very eloquent choice of words.
What should I call him then, since he's a snitch? Make him talk, Sherlock. I'm quite certain he knows more about the murder than he has told the police.
Okay, I'll try. Love it. Yeah. It's so much fun. Okay. Murderer had a key.
That's not something I know much
Not gonna
about.
tell me any more about that. Tell me about
You
the
bought an
cufflinks.
expensive pair of cufflinks for Fabio. Were they his price? Or were they a tip for an exclusive show?
It was pure business. Fabio escorted me a few times. I was merely showing my gratitude.
This pair cost a small fortune. You must be extremely grateful then. Tell me more.
You've thrust a knife in an exposed nerve, Sherlock. Yes, he was my protege and my beacon also. With my experience and his beauty, we could have achieved anything. I had faith in him. I would have made him.
Okie dokie, nice talking to you. Ah, hello. I have
I'm
not
Sherlock
spoken
Holmes.
with you
I'm
yet.
helping Constable Oswald. You are Matista, Fabio's friend.
This body, yes, it's Matista. But it's a mere shell that will die someday. Just like Fabio.
Okay.
Please accept my condolences.
That was
your
weird.
friend.
Thank you.
I'm just here to ask questions and find Fabio's murderer.
It will not bring Fabio back.
You're not wrong. It won't bring him back. But also still needs to be done. Oh, crazy, got it. Blood-filled bruises obtained recently. Primitive occult tattoo. She inks herself. Bitten nails. Nervous. Ooh, that's a lot of scratches. Self-inflicted. Definitely crazy. Shackle scars, old and barely visible. Because he had I forgot, he had the slave tattoo. So does she. So, she's disassociated from her body or punishes herself for the past. Matista, the performer and Fabio's partner, has had a difficult life. She was branded and enslaved while still a child. While enslaved, she met Fabio, hence their similar branding. Old scars are the result of her slavery during adolescence. She continues to be haunted by these traumatic experiences. Matista seems to be pragmatic about her body after years of abuse. She sells herself to the guests who do whatever they want to her. She's not afraid to step over the line. Also, Matista marks her body with ink. Or she has a genuine interest in mysticism since she has tattooed her body with occult symbols. Matista tries to get over her past, and the life of a performer seems to be an opportunity for her to earn money. The way she said the stuff when I first talked to her makes me think she's disassociated from her body. She's like, she's ready for her spirit to move on, let this body go. She's done with it. Or at least, she wouldn't mind if it did. You know? So I'm gonna say she's disassociated from her body. I don't know if it's correct, but it's what I'm gonna say.
You have both old and new scars. some from the time when you were a slave with Fabio. Other scars have a different origin. The guests pay good money to torment you?
I am skilled in giving pleasure, but I don't participate in such practices.
I thought your body was...
For sale? It's true. Many unwanted things were done to my body. And the pain helped me to discover...
Occult deities? Yes, the tattoo speaks loudly of it.
Yes. Your gods abandoned me, and the ones I favor now are more protective of me.
How did you escape?
So I guess I got it wrong.
Something happened. One night the master fell down the stairs. I made him fall, and he died. We
That's
ran
fair.
away that day. We managed to get on a ship and traveled here, to Gordona. Fabio and I
Love a,
started a new
purple
life here.
eye
It was very
situation
hard at first, but it
as
became
well.
better with time.
That's great.
Until today.
The bruises on your neck are not self-inflicted. Someone else made them.
Some guests can't contain themselves. They even bite, sometimes.
Okay, nice talking to you. And then we have number 7, I believe he was in.
Mr. Pinchetti?
Santos.
A pleasure to meet you. I'm Sherlock Holmes. I'm helping Constable Oswald.
I've already told him everything I know. I'm only a witness, sir. Everything's in my report.
And I've read it. You forgot to mention that you hold the keys to the room where Fabio was found. I need only to find if the crime was intentional.
But I need to return to my duties.
I doubt the house will fall without you, Mr. Pinchetti. Just be still for a few seconds.
Alright, how about you? What have you got going on? Inflamed skin, psoriasis or allergy. Hatched holes repaired multiple times. Dyed textile colored more than once. So far, nothing really very suspicious or unusual. Blood splatter. Stepped in blood. That's suspicious. A terrible miser has financial difficulties. Santos Pinchetti is the head servant at the Manchios' mansion. Despite being employed at the highest position within the household, he appears to be poor. Despite having enough money, Mr. Pinchetti spends as little of it as possible. Cheap makeup hides imperfections on his body in an attempt to look more modern. Mr. Pinchetti has dyed his suit on several occasions. To save him more money, the majordomo appears to have personally repaired multiple holes in the suit. Or his body shows symptoms of psoriasis. Mr. Pinchetti hides his damaged skin under layers of makeup. Majordomo's suit had multiple holes that had been patched or sewn. To renovate the suit's look, Mr. Pinchetti had dyed it. This is the only one that mentions the psoriasis. But it also doesn't really say anything about everything else. Just, I guess if he had psoriasis, that's costing him money, and then he can't afford to do the other things. I'm gonna say it's financial difficulties. Sure. That's more suspicious, so let's go with it.
You are the majordomo of a rich mansion, and you seem barely able to afford decent clothing.
Make him
You
look
hide
more
under
suspicious
makeup
than he
a
is.
skin
I'm
disease
leading
that
the
might be treated
witness.
with more onerous but less harmful means. Do you have money troubles?
Do not have a lot of means.
Excuse
Pay
me.
is below what you might expect.
But you could easily change your job if your employer does not meet your elementary needs.
One can change his employer, that is true.
And the blood on your shoe, where does that come from?
I don't actually know. Perhaps from a guest?
Did you know Fabio?
Not personally. He was a frequent guest, and cleaning the mess after his performances
Oh dear.
was tedious. Mr. Manchios always had a role for him, and mainly the leading one. The parties were always Fabio-centric.
And Matista? Was she as popular as her partner?
Don't tell her I said this, but I do not think so. Mr. Manchios hired her only because Fabio refused to work without her. Mr. Manchios used to see her as a worker. She was tasked with entertaining the guests, unlike Fabio, who could pick and choose.
Okay, I have a bunch of evidence and Mind Palace clues. Let's just spend a bit of time in our mind, shall we? Okay. So, the murderer cleaned theirself, and Kurt Manchios is scrupulously clean. Manchios washed himself after the murder. Kurt Manchios cleaned himself of blood after Fabio's murder. It's possible. Okay, what else have we got? Has a washing routine. Okay, so that's instead. Carefully prepared himself for the depravity. Did that just choose one of them for me? I didn't want to choose one. I wasn't sure about that. Matista has fresh bruises. Matista suffered bruises on her body from brutal interactions with the guests during the party. Or is it from Fabio? Could be. During their fight in the smoking lounge, Fabio bruised Matista. What else have we got? Kurt Manchios had feelings for Fabio. Craig was held because of the letter. Manchetti informed the police but has blood on his shoes. Santos Pinchetti may have stepped in the blood while discovering the crime scene. Could have. Or Pinchetti missed the blood spatter. Santos Pinchetti failed to notice a blood stain on the side of his shoe while cleaning himself after the murder. I don't think any of the rest of these go together. So I've got 3 more things that are not connected. And so many new things here. Oh yeah, right, we can go and get our evidence, can't we? The police arrested me, said he can find the documents relating to my mother's death. Did I miss something on the table? Or is it that might be the evidence, I guess. Santos is a suspect. Oh, I missed his confiscated belongings. Okay, we're gonna have to go back and look at Santos's confiscated belongings. In room 7. What was confiscated from you? Got some keys.
I recognize the key from the altar room among these.
Nothing suspicious there. Kurt Manchios' will and note. A small note attached to the will says, Santos, my hopeful slug. You begged me to include you in my will, so I did. Here's my latest revision of the will. Kurt. The text of the will under the note. Santos Pinchetti, the major domo of the Manchios mansion, receives a jar of mustache wax and a salt lamp that he might always remember his caring employer, Kurt Manchios. Okay. So he's probably a little bit angry at his employer. Can I talk to you about it?
Mr. Manchios says that you begged him to be included in the heritage. Isn't that a little extreme, even for a major domo?
He's not only my employer, he's my uncle. And I'm his next of kin.
Interesting.
The only one. Mr. Manchios flatly refuses to pay a family member. All I have to do is repay his so-called love. Cleaning up the filth after perverts and decadents. He's in prison.
He doesn't get paid anything.
The best I can hope for is a new broom. That's why I wanted to have my part of the inheritance.
I'm sorry, what?
Is it that bad? You have a roof above your head, a salary, and the status of a major domo.
For God's sake. I'm forced to dye and stitch my threadbare clothes, and the holes in my shoes are painful. I'm ashamed every time a guest looks at me closely.
Why do you think your uncle treats you this way?
My mother, my uncle's sister, had me illegitimately. She died, and I was given the surname of one of the maids.
But you are entitled to some of the money that belongs to your family.
He thinks not. I was not responsible for my mother's death. I work hard, and he pays me nothing. I feed on the leftovers.
I don't know if he's saying
While
nothing
he
like it's
wastes our
literally
estate's
nothing,
property on decadent parties.
or nothing like it's a really
He paid
minuscule
Fabio
amount.
handsomely and showered him with expensive gifts for their disgusting relationship.
Gave him expensive oh. And just mocked Minchetti. Santos Pinchetti's efforts in vain, and Pinchetti has been forced to work for Kurt Mantios in the desperate hope of obtaining heritage, but it hasn't paid off. Okay. Cool. So now what have we got? Probably talk to Mantios about the note. I still have to go and look at the evidence. I'm not entirely sure where that's going to be. Let's just see if I can say anything to you.
I know you can untangle this mess.
Okay, so let's go talk to Mr. Mantios about his will and his nephew.
I've no idea about that.
This one.
I've read the letter about your will. A harsh method of ridiculing Santos.
Didn't work because I clicked the wrong
he'll
one.
use mustache wax when he wears no mustache to begin with.
Where did you get it? Is the slug here? Tell him I shouldn't have to provide for him. He's a grown man who shouldn't sit on his uncle's neck. He conceives himself as my only heir.
And who is he to you?
He's a leech on my aging body. He has only added problems to my life since the death of his mother.
I fail to see why you made him your major domo.
He needed to know his place, so I taught him.
So rude. Can I accuse that man just because I don't like him? Is that how that works? Right, let's go grab ourselves some evidence. Where would I find the evidence locker? I assume it's over here somewhere. Ooh, right down the end. Evidence room. Hello.
Your ticket, please, if you want me to help you.
I'd like to collect my coat check, please. What am I looking for? That one.
I'd like to check the evidence from this case.
And who are you?
Oswald sent me. I'm a consulting detective.
His partner, then? Let me see. Ah, a ritual murder. What a bunch of degenerates. Wait a second, I'll bring it to the table.
Oh, you know, just your standard ritual murder. Where are you bringing it to? Oh, right here. Gotcha. Okay, what do we have? 9 pieces of evidence. Oh my goodness.
This ex libris belongs to Mantios Library.
I was about to say it had to be Matista's,
That's
but...
not for bedtime
No,
reading.
I don't know. Oops. The Power of Love, Blood, and Mandrake. Police found this occult book in Matista's bag during the arrest. According to the ex libris, the tome was taken from Mr. Mantios's collection. It contains illustrations and descriptions of a ritual similar to the crime scene. Prepare the naked body of a recently deceased object of interest. Draw symbols of Mars and Venus to enhance the power you possess. To use the force of male and female nature. Pierce his heart with a golden dagger to be rid of the blood that does not love you. Draw a symbol representing your love while waiting for the resurrection. Recite the charm. Look, I thought about it when first I came to the police station, and you know what? I decided no. I think I look great. Okay, so she has a book that talks about the ritual that actually took place. But this is for a resurrection, right? Prepare the naked body of a recently deceased object of interest. Draw symbols of Mars and Venus to enhance the power you possess to use the force of male and female. Pierce the heart with a golden dagger to be rid of the blood that does not love you. To be rid of the blood that does not love you. Draw a symbol representing your love. While waiting for the resurrection, recite the charm. I do look pretty awesome. That is correct. So, somebody else killed him and then she tried to resurrect him?
The book describes a ritual similar to the one performed in the altar room.
Oh, and she thought he was dead, but he wasn't actually dead, was he? And then she killed him. Oh dear.
Her key to the altar room.
Oh dear. That's
A
unfortunate.
handcrafted charm that contains hair and nail clippings.
That's gross.
All the keys of the mansion on one golden ring. A heavily perfumed handkerchief with the initials KM in the corner. It's a miracle this ruby hasn't tempted anyone.
So he has keys, he has a
heavily perfumed handkerchief with the initials KM in the corner.
And he has a ruby.
It's a miracle this ruby hasn't tempted anyone.
Interesting. Alright, what have you got? Letter from Fabio. The letter that was found in Vogel's evidence box. Is your mind unsound? You can't control your bitterness, not around me anyway. For me, it's too great a risk to ignore that kind of behavior. I can be, speak, and play with anyone I choose. I'm not another Matista. You pay me, but you haven't bought me. Of course, I'll keep all your generous donations, even though they hardly compensate for your last terrible outburst. I'm leaving you, although Matista will still be around. Fabio. So this was sent to Vogel. Be, speak, and play with anyone I choose, not like Matista. So he's choosing
Not the time for privacy.
to not hang out with Vogel anymore.
An emergency kit for boredom.
Of course.
Werner's personal sketchbook. Thank you, officer.
Okay, thank you, officer. Mind Palace is shouting at me. Oh. Weird. Okay, so the letter may have been for Manchios. According to Santos Pinchetti, and by the contents of the letter, it may have been addressed to Kurt Manchios. Interesting. I don't think I do. Why is that? To relieve my own boredom? Is that what you're thinking here? Matisse describes a supposed love ritual of stabbing someone. Okay. Nothing else goes together. So, we have the book, and we have the letter to talk to people about. So, let's go talk to people again. Like, look at the way this cape flows. Look at that movement. Why would I want to take this off? Don't be ridiculous. Let me see. Did I actually get the mixture? I don't know if I did. Whoops. Yeah, we went straight from getting the invitation to into victim stuff, so I don't think we actually have the stuff. We just have it, you know? We don't have it, we just have it. Okay, so they're in these ones. Provide evidence.
There is undeniable evidence that you were the original recipient of this letter.
What are you talking about?
So he's not going to work for Manchios anymore.
Your protege wanted a fresh start, it seems. This is sufficient to charge you.
Me? Hurt my star? Are you insane that you would accuse me of such a thing?
He did not
Keeping
consider
it
himself
inside
as
my
yours.
veins, exactly.
Since you deny everything, let's move on. Do you have any
The
idea as to how
most
the letter
safe
could have
place
ended up
of
in
all.
Mr. Vogel's pocket?
You were the detective. Perhaps he took it from Fabio. Werner was a little high.
Okay.
Do you recognize this book? Could Matista have borrowed it from your library?
Because the book
She
technically
didn't ask me.
belonged to him.
How ungrateful.
The things described in the book were
But
inspiration
it really
for the
seems like she
rituals you
would have been
perform?
the one to
Do you
try
really
to
believe
resurrect
that
him.
blood, symbols, and incantations can resurrect the dead? They are just eerie tales with a mix of occultism and voodoo. My rituals are a stage.
I feel
to
like
show
it's him.
some of the forbidden pleasures.
Now that we know that the moving and stabbing and ritual stuff was done by Matista. Although she could have done it as a, whoops, I whacked you over the head by accident, now I want to save your life type thing. But I think it's more likely that she found him that way. So yeah, I feel like he was the one most likely to be sitting in the smoking room with Fabio and to have whacked him over the head with a bottle. But I don't know, we'll see. Keep collecting more evidence, going back and forth, talking to people.
This book, The Power of Love, Blood and
See
Mandrake,
what we find
do you
out.
hope to achieve?
To learn more about the invisible strengths that govern us. Occultism is real. The master who fell that night when Fabio and I escaped, I made him fall. I cast a spell on him and it worked.
Or was it a coincidence?
I see.
The universe is really
You
so
didn't
lazy.
just shove him.
If you say so.
Got it. I assumed she just shoved him down the stairs.
Could Fabio have written this letter to Kurt Manchios?
Oh.
Yeah,
That
it
could
could
be.
It definitely could be.
I never thought Mr. Manchios could make
I
Fabio
just don't know
that
what
angry,
he would
though.
be doing in that room.
Well, Fabio
with
wanted to
Fabio.
disassociate from Mr. Manchios. Clients who are in love are both a blessing and a curse.
But Fabio was here tonight.
Money. In our line of work, we can't afford to turn down clients who pay as well as Kurt Manchios.
Was Fabio afraid of Mr. Manchios?
Not at all. The old toad wouldn't dare to do more than sweet talk and touching. Talk can be forgotten, and touching washed away.
Do you practice occult rituals?
For protection? For fortune? To wash away the ugliness of the world?
Of course.
Sometimes to survive. I have the gift, and I'm learning to use it better.
Did you use your gift on Fabio?
I only used white magic. Love charms lately. Fabio became so distant. I just wanted him to be with me, but I suppose I'm not as
Well, you
skilled as I
only used
thought.
white magic, so I guess it's fine. Can I talk to Werner about any of these?
I don't think I can tell you anything
Not that
about
one,
this.
the letter.
I have
The
reason to
letter,
believe that the intended
please.
recipient of the incriminating letter may have been Kurt Manchios.
Well, that makes sense. Too bad I can't remember how I came to possess it. Though I did spend quite some time with Mr. Manchios during the party.
Unfortunately, even with an answer, that may still not be enough to clear you with the police. But fear not, I will persevere.
I hope your attempt to put things straight will make up for...
You being on a bender?
Touché.
Alright, what have we got now? Either Vogel or Mangios is lying. Fabio's burning bridges. Okay, so Vogel took the letter under influence. Werner Vogel took the letter himself whilst under the effect of various substances. Or Manchios planted the letter. Manchios slipped the letter into Werner Vogel's pocket to make him look like a suspect. Interesting. What else have we got? Fabio is burning bridges. Fabio broke Kurt Manchios' heart. Shattered his feelings. Oh no. I feel so sorry for that horrible man. Poor guy. Batista may have used a ritual on Fabio, may have performed the ritual on Fabio to bring his love back. Okay. So, what now? Oops, I'm in the wrong section. Ooh, I could talk to people about the letter. Letter was found in Vogel's evidence box. Who can I talk to about the letter? Why is my mind palace still flashing? Do you know about the letter?
Please let me out.
Nope. I thought I did all of the clues that were in the mind palace. Oh, you're just saying I need to do it? All clues found for current case.
I can't wrap my head around such a tragedy at my party.
I know I can handle the news.
Oh no.
This letter
The
proves
letter.
nothing. Fabio wrote it to Mr. Manchios. It's time to free Mr. Vogel.
Do you really think I'm that naive? I need proof, not words from his friend.
Very well. Mr. Pinchetti told me that Mr. Manchios was lavishing Fabio with expensive and eccentric gifts. The letter mentions rich rewards and attempts to buy Fabio with them. It was written to Mr. Manchios. Who else was showering Fabio with luxuries to buy him? It doesn't fit Mr. Vogel's character.
Look here. We had a deal.
We don't know that Vogel
Give me
wasn't
the
doing
murderer
that.
and then take your friend with you. I won't budge otherwise.
Well, fine, but you're just wasting time.
All right, we have a decision to make. Well, a few decisions to make. In fact. So, all the clues have been collected. So, let's say... If we say Vogel took the letter under influence, then Manchios's thing had to be just him getting himself clean. So Fabio was killed in a ritual murder. I think the ritual was staged. It was to cover the true murder motive. I feel like it's somewhere between those two. But let's see what this results in. Matista is the murderer. Matista was afraid of Fabio's growing popularity and ambitions. She wanted to keep him with her for as long as possible. In a last-ditch effort, Matista conducted a love ritual during which she killed Fabio. Yeah, because the ritual said to stab the one that no longer loved you or whatever, so she had to kill him first in order to resurrect him, I think is what this is trying to say. And then upon resurrection, he would then love her again. Matista is the product of a tormented life. She knows no difference between good and evil. She wanted her love Fabio to stay with her always. Matista deserves help. She needs to be treated and have a chance to get over her past in an asylum. Or Matista uses occultism as a way to avenge her miserable life. She stabbed Fabio to keep him close to her. She should be held accountable for her deeds. Any judge would give her a death sentence without hesitation. So that's the if it's Matista thing. What about if it's Pinchetti? She was bruised by the guests. Ritual was a cover. And we have Santos Pinchetti is the murderer. Pinchetti has worked for his uncle for years in the deep hope of obtaining his heritage. Manchios' hospitality and humiliations pushed Pinchetti to kill Fabio and frame his uncle. Manchios' imprisonment would make Pinchetti the only lawful heir. Correct the injustice. The only way for Santos Pinchetti to right his wrongs was to be rid of his monstrous uncle. Pinchetti should be punished for the crime of murder, but he has suffered enough and deserves a fresh start after a prison sentence. It was cold revenge. Santos Pinchetti snapped. After years of disrespect, Pinchetti devised a plan to be rid of his uncle. However, misery and despair cannot justify murder. Pinchetti is dangerous, and a noose around his neck is all he deserves. Okay. So, what if Manchios planted the letter? Then we have... Kurt Manchios is the murderer. For years, Fabio played with Kurt Manchios' heart and abused his interest in the young performer. When Manchios received yet another rejection, he murdered Fabio and staged a love ritual to avoid suspicion. Crime of passion. Kurt Manchios was heartbroken and panicked and did not mean to kill Fabio. The improvised ritual was a desperate attempt to cover up the crime. Prison sentence should be enough for his harsher punishment in the death of his love. For his harsher punishment is the death of his love. Or a sexual predator. Kurt Manchios killed Fabio in cold blood. He staged the crime as a ritual to blame Matista. He planted the letter in Vogel's pocket to avoid suspicion. Manchios has no consideration for the life of others and deserves to be hanged. Whew. I hate to say it, but I don't think it's the butler. I think it's got to be either Matista or Fabio or Manchios, because that's the only way that explains the like love ritual. Because that is to a T exactly what happened. It had the symbols for Venus and Mars, stabbed them. You know how it goes. So it has to be someone that wanted him to love them again. But how could you even say such a thing? I know! It sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? That's completely absurd. So yeah, the question is, was it sweet Matista who just wanted her love back? Or was it horrible Manchios? I want it to be Manchios, you know? I want to get rid of him because he's a horrible person. I don't know if I have anything to back that up. Why I would choose him over Matista. But that's just how I feel, you know? Feel it. I just want to get rid of him. I just want to do it. But let me know what you think, Eldarwin. I'm going to go take another quick break and I'll get to read your suspicions when I come back. Yeah, I was definitely gonna go with the asylum if I went for Matista. Kind of leaning towards that option. And then you're leaning towards the Matista option. Because yeah, if I went with Matista, I'd go with the asylum option. If I went with Manchios, I'd go with the hanging option. I'm not going easy on him. You're leaning towards Matista. Okay, let me have a look at some of these things again. Because what did she say about the book being in her possession? What do we know about Kurt? Would he be someone to perform a ritual? Do we think? Extremely rich, eccentric, and controlling. He gave expensive gifts to Fabio. He may have been the recipient of an angry letter from Fabio. The letter was found in Vogel's evidence box. I still think it could, like, she's definitely more into the magic sort of stuff. But she did specifically say she only does white magic, which, you know, she would say even if she did do it, I suppose. But she mentions the use of white magic to bring back Fabio. I don't know, it just doesn't seem like... Although I guess she did do something that she thought worked to kill her slave owner. Probably only to frame Batista and cover up his crime. Yeah. That would definitely be part of it, but also could have made him love him, which he wanted. She had a strange occult charm in her possession. I'm gonna say it was the dude. Not sure it was correct, but I want him to be hanged. So, you know. Oh yeah, I guess this one specifically says he only did the crime. He only did the ritual to accuse Batista, not about the falling in love part. That was the one where he let him off easy, which I'm not doing. Oh wait, did I just say change? I have made my decision. He's an ass, exactly. Maybe if he's arrested, the courts will decide that his next of kin will be the one to receive.
The murder of Fabio did not have a ritual purpose, Mr. Manchios. It was staged by a man who wished to distract the investigation.
That might be true. That poor girl Matista wouldn't dare to kill the only man who cared for her. So, Santos.
Mr. Pinchetti snatched at the chance to solve his problems.
Ungrateful little scum. Will he be executed?
But what for? He informed the police as to the crime, that was all. He couldn't stage the ritual, but he found the body, I believe.
I can't believe it. Why did Werner do it?
Mr. Vogel. He had no reason, and he won't be a scapegoat as you plan. You put Fabio's
I don't know,
letter
I still
in
think
his
it could have
pocket
been
when
Vogel.
He was intoxicated, didn't you?
You can't be serious.
But why do you love the cat quote? You staged the ritual.
The murder as a satanic ritual. It was easy for you since you were the one who wrote the scenarios for the parties. It was your way of avoiding suspicion. A respectable man in his 60s.
Early 60s.
Who hosts the cream of Cordona society.
Early 60s, okay. Calm
the
down.
Guests who behave like animals in his mansion. Of course, one of them could have killed Fabio.
I did oversee a few of the rituals, but I did not stage Fabio's death.
Your fingernails.
We can very often deduce someone's life by their shoes or their fingernails. You are a meticulous person, but this murder was fairly traumatic and filthy. After you stabbed Fabio, you were covered in blood. You panicked and neglected to rinse the soap from under your fingernails. The devil is in the details, Mr. Manchios.
Nonsense. I missed it simply because of the busy schedule of the party.
Of course, a staged murder was certainly not planned.
Because that's something else that I only just thought of. Whoever murdered him was wearing one of these capes. One of the guest capes. The lady wouldn't be wearing that. Unless she specifically put it on in order to do the murder. And then changed back into one of the guest capes after doing the murder. Which you wouldn't think she would do that either. She's supposed to be there. It would make sense for the butler to change into one of the capes. But I don't know, I think she wouldn't have been wearing one in the first place and wouldn't have had much reason to put one on after.
You're at the twilight of your life. You have no partner, you have no children. You had feelings, however, for one man. That was Fabio. You loved him. That is, You wished to own
I did forget about the
with
cable
money and gifts.
until right this moment.
But he was also a free mind, was he not? He turned his back on you. Quite unjust. Love, so cruel and painful, and Fabio, with his words and deeds, made you feel the more wretched. So you killed him.
You must surely perceive that my sensitive nature wouldn't allow me to hurt anyone.
Yeah, she could have put it on to be more anonymous, so that they didn't see who it was that came out of the room. But she had every reason to be in the room in the first place, so even if someone did see her, you would think she'd be able to argue that away as being she was just in her dressing room getting ready. It was premeditated.
The young performer played with your emotions. That was painful to realize. You spent so much time and effort to be with Fabio.
Yeah, she must have
but he
changed
didn't
again after,
respond
because
in
she's
the way
not
you would have
currently
liked.
in the cave.
You wanted to be loved. Fabio shattered your dreams. In the smoking lounge, he teased and mocked you. He wanted you to suffer by offering himself to others. The deception was unbearable.
The butler did go home, so it's possible that
And
he
then you
changed.
staged the ritual. You planted
after
the
he got
letter in
home.
Vogel's pocket and attempted to set up Matista.
What poppycock? Sherlock, stop this game now.
There
But I
is
still
no
don't like
stop
this
word,
man,
Mr.
so,
Manchios.
you know.
Relax and enjoy it. I'll pass the remainder of this case to Constable Oswald. He'll know what to do with you.
Okay. Constable Oswald. This was not the correct direction. This way.
I have a name
Constable.
for you. Kurt Manchios.
Is that so? The master of the Sabbath?
The man himself. Mr. Manchios couldn't stand to lose control over his lover. A deadly revenge that deserves a proper sentence. I have all the evidence to charge him.
A degenerate and a murderer. I'll make a name thanks to that for sure. As for my part, not everything was in place.
Trophy.
Perhaps some documents were transferred somewhere else, but I couldn't find a trace of them. Then I remembered. The discarded document drawers where we put the lost papers or the badly labelled ones. Including the crime scene report of Violet Holmes's case. Everything I've found is on the desk here. Take it.
Your persistence has saved me.
Yeah, well, we had a deal after all.
We finally
Your
gonna
friend is
learn what
free then.
happened
You
to
can
our
leave.
mother.
Good luck, Constable.
Okay, report number 0743. Officers arrived to find the deceased, identified as Mrs. Violet Holmes, lying in the garden of Stonewood Manor. Visual inspection showed the victim to be thoroughly soaked with a deep vertical incision, 2 inches in length down her throat. Her face was swollen and covered in red blotches, likely cause of death, hypoxia. Awaiting confirmation from medical examiner. Main suspect Otto Richter was arrested on the scene. The body was sent for autopsy. I wonder if Otto tried to save her. Perform a tracheotomy.
The garden. There's a garden behind our manor. How could I forget? That's where it all happened, where it all went wrong.
Sherry, it looks like you've almost found what you wanted.
You say in between swigging from your bottle. Alright, I am gonna change my clothes now. It's getting serious. We gotta head back home. And just make sure none of these go together. She drowned. My mother drowned. Her throat wound could either be a final humiliation by her killer or a desperate attempt to save her. She didn't drown. The slit on my mother's throat was an attempted tracheotomy. It makes no sense to do this if she was drowning. I haven't gotten to dress as the Widow Woman yet. I don't know if that's still to come. It could be a side questy thing. I do have a couple of DLC, which I think came with extra outfits and stuff, so it could be something from a DLC. But I haven't gotten to wear it yet. I'll definitely have to put it on at some point, if I don't have to wear it as part of the thing. Oops. Okay. So yes, I thought it was a tracheotomy. Attempted tracheotomy, which, correct, you don't do if someone's drowning. So we're gonna leave it as attempted tracheotomy at this point in time. Doesn't necessarily make sense
Sherlock.
why her
The case
clothes
is
are wet,
closed,
though.
and all rewards belong to the winner.
That would make sense
Bravo.
for
It
if
is
she
merely the
drowned.
triumph of the truth.
Is it? No compromises?
We'll see when
No
we get
lies?
there.
You're happy with your decisions?
Sure. It is what it is.
Whatever the truth, it had to be revealed. The victim deserved it.
Well, you seem confident in the value of your actions. I guess since I'm free, you were heard after all. By the way, did you get that precious information about your mother? Oh, not that you must.
Yes, I did.
Forgive my intrusion in such a personal matter. I simply worry I'm failing to be of much help to you.
Actually, you were. For some reason, all the archives on the case had disappeared. This was a rare opportunity to obtain the impossible.
Outrageous. Perhaps someone found the truth unpleasant. Society usually rejects those who speak with too much honesty, doesn't it?
A comfortable lie is often preferred to an uncomfortable truth. Still, I believe that the latter should prevail, and I cannot remain silent.
That's quixotism at its best. Your mere truth cannot defeat institutions, systems, and power. Etiquette, religion, marriage, they're all lies told to preserve connections, love, and sanity, and it's all corruptible.
Lies destroy human dignity. How could you make a free decision without any knowledge of the truth?
Are we really free to decide anything in this world, Sherlock?
I've decided so many things. I am free.
Oh, yes. It's a struggle, but yes, we can make our own decisions. That's what I fight for.
What an endless fight it is. Will you ever give yourself a break, Sherlock?
Nah.
You're a walking contradiction, Sherlock. You refuse to lie to others, but constantly lie to yourself. How long until the train comes off the track? I cannot look away, but perhaps I should take a few steps back. You're an accident waiting to happen, dear. Until then, I shall bid you adieu.
Okay. Let's head home, see if we can figure out what happened to our mother. Hello, good sir. I would like to go here, please. Please and thank you. Oh, I probably have to pin something, don't I? Oops. Ah. Okay. I want to look at that so that it stops showing up as an exclamation point. And then I'm doing this. Shockingly, I don't have to pin it. Apparently. What? Did I, look at this mailbox ever? Cryptic postcard. An envelope with no text and a postcard inside. Postcard depicts a building and is labeled Old Church. The text on the postcard reads, "There are those in need in this place, however some of them need less than others. Postcard brand is My Favorite Croft." And the logo features a little farm. Is that like Lara Croft? Weird. We'll find out about that later, I guess. What is
I
this?
hope this child will find his place in the world.
Oh, this is the little magician I
Great
found.
potential.
More like Mycroft. Yeah, that's... Look, you're probably right.
Sherry, please listen to me. Sherry.
Johnny,
John,
you're gonna...
I always listen to you.
You don't have to
Don't
do
leave
this.
me.
You don't have to go through. I don't know what is beyond this door, but I can feel it. Buzzing, angry like a fly at the window.
I know. I can sense it too.
You locked away this memory for a reason. There is only pain here.
Pain. And truth.
You do not need to suffer either. There is so much more we can do on Cordona, so many others we can help.
Okay.
There is no coming back from this.
Gotcha.
I
I'll
find
come back
myself
later.
awash in uncertainty. Perhaps now is not the time, with so much left to do.
Thank you, Sherlock. Thank you.
Sounds like we
Some
need to do
doors can remain
everything else before we can
Cordona
find
still
out.
calls for us, yes. And we will answer. But know this, John. One way or another, we will find ourselves back in front of this door, unable to avoid the truth any longer.
I don't want to accidentally finish the game and not be able to do side quests. Okay, so... what do we have to do? We still have a musician. We still have a few cases. So we have the musician, we have eel hunting. Beyond a joke, burglary at the Grubler residence. Bunch of people have been burgled. We have the cryptic postcard. And then we have Cordona stories. So we still have all the hidden coins, all the treasure. That's a memory thing. Maybe we can go do this one real quick, actually. Flashes of merriment. Legacy Theatre wall poster. John noticed the poster on the wall of the Legacy Theatre, located between Bonaparte Street and Waniele Street in Scaladio. These are all my archived ones, so you don't need to worry about those. So yeah, I guess let's maybe try to go and do this real quick. So where was that? Fortress, it was all the way over here. Bazaar Road, yeah, it was like here somewhere. Right there, that'll do. Okay, let's go fast travel there real quick. I don't want to start anything long right now, because I'll be finishing up soon. But maybe we can get through this quite quickly, I think. I think we should be able to. Oh man, where's the nearest fast travel? All the way down here. Jesus. We're going to do a whole lot of running, it would seem. Okay, so we want to head east. This way. Okay, where was it? It was actually the Fortress of Holy Spirit, so it is where that is. Yes. Let's remove this then. I don't need it. It is no need. I am still looking for places, so we still need... there we go. So we still need a gazebo. We still need a big tower. A crashed boat. And a fancy statue with a car in the road. I was actually just looking at that tower as I opened the menu. I think that one's square. We need like an octagon. Oops, now the other thing is pinned. That is not what I need. I need this to be pinned. Please and thank you. Alright, so what have we got? Can feel it vibrating at me here.
Salty breeze, old ruins, dusty roads.
Oh, there it is. No?
Do you recall clambering over these walls as a child?
Where is it? Oh yeah, here we go. Right here. Perfect for
No, it was an
climbing.
old skull. What a lucky find for a pair of young adventurers.
It was easier to climb these walls back then. Not merely because we're older, but because the ruins are too. Of course. You said we needed to bury him. Do you remember where?
Well, one would think burying a human skull would stick in the mind, but somehow... no.
Does not remember burying the skull.
An old man was standing here as we passed.
Oh yes, I remember his face as we flew by with a skull in our hands.
He looked as shocked as our grisly companion.
Okay. Where'd you go to next, boys? Ran past some people playing a game. Or just talking. And they're playing a game. Got some, backgammon? I want to say.
Nothing ever bothers an old Ottoman backgammon player.
Hey, nailed it. Backgammon's one of those ones I've never really played. Alright. Ooh, this is inappropriate burial
This wasn't the right place
site.
for a funeral. We were looking for somewhere more appropriate.
Funny, nowadays you love putting men behind bars.
Haha, hilarious.
Jest, aren't you?
Am I in water here? I am in water. Cool.
The water level was higher back then.
I remember swimming
That's
through this
convenient
mire
because,
while
you know,
trying not
water
to breathe in the
kills me
horrible odor.
as an adult. Luckily, not this amount of water. Ah,
This
the
is where we
perfect
buried
burial
it.
spot.
It seems that with time, our friend has emerged once more.
Oh, hello,
The
skull.
skull is ancient. Its likeliest owner was one of the Knights Hospitaller who died during the siege of the fortress. I remember now, you said this skull was my father's.
A child's imagination is a powerful tool. You needed this. A burial process of your own. A ritual so you could begin to grieve.
Here hung those lips that I have kissed, I know not how oft. I felt so alone back then, John. Uncertain. Abandoned by my father.
I know.
The skull wasn't his, though it may as well have been. In the earth, all of us look alike. But putting this man to rest, it did help.
I'm glad, Sherry.
I find myself rather tempted to keep it. If not for sentimental value, then it's archaeological merit.
Nice. Case completed. That was a nice quick one. Alright. Let me just have a quick look for any fancy towers. Because I'm sure that tower one's going to be somewhere in this region. Surely. It's very Ottoman style looking in the photo. That one's too square. It's like an octagon. Or something. I don't know how many sides. It's more than 4 sides. I can tell you that much. Look at all those sides it's got. It'd be nice if there was like a high point somewhere that I could look out from. Be handy. Was that it? I don't think so. I'm not sure which ones you mean exactly, but there's ones over there. They're too round. And I think the top's actually separated. I'm sure I've looked at these ones and decided it wasn't them. But I don't know, looking at them again now, I'm thinking it could be. Definitely could be. Let's have a look around here. So looking for somewhere like up some stairs. under some trees nearby. So one that looked like that, and the one a bit to the side that could have been the same but looked a bit different. I see. Might have just been one of the others though. So there's like these 4 that are all on the one building. I don't think they're thick enough, might have been my problem last time. What I thought was the problem. And too tall, you know? One to my left. Because that one's square, which is not correct. Might have been the square one. Yeah, I've seen the square one a bunch and I keep thinking it's it, but it's too square. Far too square. Right, the picture's definitely not square. Oh, hello, Lumina! Hello again! Welcome back! I was actually gonna finish up real soon, so... Sorry! But hello! Welcome in! We're just trying to find a weird tower that's in this picture. How was, you were playing Elden Ring? I nearly said Elder Scrolls and realized that was not correct. How was the Elden Ring today? Did you beat, Margit? Is that their name? Of the one you were trying to get last week? I hope you got them this time. And hello all of Lumina friends, how you all doing today? I hope you are having good times. Yeah, there's too many bits to it, you know? It's got like a little outwards bit and then another outwards bit. The one in the photo I'm pretty sure is shorter. There, I'm just having a quick look around this area because I'm pretty sure it's going to be somewhere in this region at the very least. It's that one. There's one back there I just saw right over the top of the building that looked moderately correct. Nah, I think it's just the top of a building. Never mind. It is not that one. Gotta be somewhere in this region, right? Surely. Oh, looks like a, yeah, that's like a fortress tower. Surely. Don't call me Shirley. Well, this one looks suspicious. Hello, Mr. Tower, sir. Do you have any nearby stairways that I can climb up to find a secret? Any, like, trees nearby? A little dead off Elden Ring, that's fair. No worries. Thank you for stopping by. It was good to chat to you for a very short time. Enjoy your evening. It's the wrong stairs though. I need stairs on like a separate building. This is what I need. These ones here. leading up to a stripy building. Right? Is it not actually up here? Is it down the bottom? This has got to be it, right? So we got trees and tower and stairs and stripy building. But where is it exactly? It's got the photo of like the things that are sticking out from the side of the building and then an arrow going down. 'Cause it's pointing up towards like the top bit. Down towards like a gate of some sort. This? Yeah, it looks like a wrought iron fence. Go through here? This has been the hardest one to find once I've found the location. Like, the last ones I've found where it is, and then we're good to go. It's right there. Very obvious, but this one not so much. Where's the bit with like the 3 windows? Maybe I need to look directly at this. I can't point at it. I was gonna point at it. It doesn't help you guys in any way, shape or form. But in like the little zoomed in part on the left, it's got the building with like 3 windows in a row and a pattern below them. Where's that? John's playing hopscotch. Go again. Do it again, John. Do it again. Oh, yeah. The turn was beautiful. Alright. Looks like the corner of a building. Is it? Oh, it's that there. Right? Down. Oh man, why is this so hard? What if I do go up the stairs of the tower? It was up the stairs of the tower.
Another treasure located.
This whole time.
Let's celebrate.
So yes, that's this shot. And this is, the wrought iron fence was the wheelie thing and the table. Anyway, we found it. One more treasure down, one less treasure to go. So now we need to find statue in a yard, a snug gazebo, and a sandy shore. But that's gonna be it for me today. So yeah. Thank you to everybody who came and hung out. El Darwin, thank you for chats and helps. Lumina, thank you for raids and friends. Hello everybody, goodbye everybody. I'll have to find someone for us to raid now. But yeah, my schedule has changed quite a bit. So make sure you check that out. Yes, you help. Very helpful. So yeah, I'll be starting this week. I am back to work. So for now, I'm streaming on Monday nights and Wednesday nights, and then my regular Saturday times. So Monday nights are Plague Tale, Wednesday nights are going to be Assassin's Creed, and then Saturday nights, or Saturday daytime. It'll be daytime on the Saturday. This same time will be Sherlock. Until we finish one or all of those. We'll go from there. So yeah. Where are we gonna raid? We could raid Matthew. I watched this guy play Outer Worlds like once, and then he didn't stream for a couple weeks. But he's playing Elden Ring right now, which would be relevant, given that Lumina just finished Elden Ring. But he doesn't have his face cam on, and I'm not a fan of streamers without face cams, personally. So, yeah, we're not going to do that. Where else can we go? I don't actually have anybody else that I'm following that's live that I would like to raid right now. Is anybody else playing Sherlock, perhaps? Anybody, like, starting out? That'd be fun. There's only one other person playing Sherlock. Doesn't look like they have a face cam either. Raiding is hard. What else have we got? What about some Assassin's Creed? Which Assassin's Creed? Lumina's been playing Brotherhood. Nope, just one person with 1 million viewers. Okay, well, I have no idea who to rate. So I'm just gonna leave it there. Sorry, guys. Sorry to everybody that came in with Lumina and is now getting abandoned. But I struggle finding people to raid. So I'd be sitting here for like 10 minutes just looking at Twitch. Indecisively, as I do. So yeah. That's gonna be it. Yeah, Eldarwin, I'll talk to you later today, in fact. And then I'll hopefully see some of you back tomorrow night. After my first day of work, which will hopefully be fun times. We'll see. That's it for me, guys. Catch you next time.